Good morning, everybody. We are so back right now. More leather cooking there. That'll help us with tailoring. Yeah, okay. I think we're going to stop by Riverside today. Little place to get warmed up. Before I head out, let me double check my fridge, double check my generator. This leather, if it's not done yet, it will be done by the time I'm back. Morning, Mario. How's it going? There will be no rabbits in my roads. Ever. No, not that one. If it ran out of the road, then sure. But it went to the Prometheus school of running away from things, and therefore, no mercy. Yep, that's about right. So we're taking the south entrance into town today. We'll see if there are any survivor houses worth writing home about. Out of the road. Hang on a second. Howdy, partner. Oh, I like it. It's the appropriate match for the jacket. My loadout is a little too heavy, so I had to sacrifice a little bit of gear there. Leave it in the trunk instead of my kit. This is my starting neighborhood at the end of it. No, I don't use mods like that. Very unstable. Break your save every update. Animal trailer up ahead. Interesting. I don't know if I have enough daylight left to worry about that. I'd have to kill all these guys pretty fast. Alright, let's see if there's anything in here. There is one dead sheep in there. Interesting. And there is one not dead sheep up there that's probably stressed to oblivion at this point. Running in circles around zombies. Damn it. That's more like it. UI mods probably don't touch it. I used to use Simple Stat Bar, but ever since that got broken by it didn't break the save, it just, the mod itself broke, and I didn't feel like hunting down and waiting for an update. I just stopped using it. When you're playing the unstable version, mods are going to break all the time, and whether it's just the mod that breaks, whether it's your save that breaks, it's just a lot of effort. I just prefer to get used to the game without it. Until we go stable. I look forward to trying out some interesting mods once the game is stable. I'm gonna go ahead and push past these guys because I don't. I can actually save this sheep. I'll just carry it in my lap while I drive. I couldn't save its friends, but I can save it. I actually do have a safe place to bring it. This is not it. Alright, so what's up, KTO? We're turning north here, and we've got a animal farm outside of Riverside that I set up in a very long time ago. The animals there are still set for life. Made sure they had enough food and water for probably about half a year. As long as they don't leave the zone like a bunch of idiots, they might do that. But I'll put the ewe that I found right in here with the other sheep. Okay, not bad. Very nice, very nice. Holstein cows are the goddesses of food and weight gain. One of my many little places in town that are confirmed safe to sleep in. Yep, gotta stroke the beef. They'll love you for it. I'm gonna be stopping by Electromax for sure here. This has been my house for a very long time, sir. I have, probably 42.0.2. I would still come out here. Ah, here's a milestone. The little trees, little shit trees growing off on the side of the road now, they have reached destroy your vehicle if you run into them stage. This one right here. And it is now November 10th. So that is exactly 4 months. 4 months before we get trees popping up in the middle of the areas outside of the road that can stop your vehicle dead if you run into them. Which officially means that all dirt roads on the map are now memes. Because you've got to get out and cut trees if you actually want to go down them. Morning, Lewis. How's it going? It's a little messy, but it works. Wasn't particularly eager to sort through this shit. There's a lot of it. Let's butcher that rabbit first. People and former people. Once I was a people. Now I am no longer people. Did I end up shoving animal bones into the Electromax fan? I did. Yeah, the Louisville Checkpoint Warehouse, I've never seen it not looted and trashed. We actually made it there in the first week, and it was still looted and trashed for us this time. That's just probably some terrible luck. I'm gonna thresh this wheat. It's probably one of my favorite placeholder animations. Whap! 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 Mortally unchallenged. Got a couple of pieces of wallpaper here. 2 pink florals, actually. Usually when I see wallpaper, I very rarely see more than one of the same type. Oh, thanks. GG. Catch you later. Catch our second sleep here. What do I plan on doing today? Taking it by just going with the flow of it, really. We've got Riverside on the agenda. There's a few targets that I wanted to hit here. There are a couple of places that we would go after Riverside if we finish. I mean, finishing an entire town in one day doesn't always sound like something I'd be doing, but yeah, the plan is to have a plan. God damn it. Yeah, paint, I couldn't tell you. Every, like, 3 or 4 boxes are just full of nothing but paint. Total 110 planks, that's not bad. Yeah, you can do that. It'd be a waste of paint, but you can definitely do that. This is the lazy man's way of getting everything up off the floor. Just drive a vehicle around and shove everything into the trunk. In this case, I'm going to do everything except for the paint, because the paints will fill up the trunk 10 times faster. If anybody wasn't here the other day, the strategy is first go through this place and empty all of the boxes onto the floor. Get the boxes out of the way, and then you can at least see what's on the floor to come back through and pick up what you want. In this case, I'm just going full Hoover mode and getting all the stuff off of the floor and into the trunk of one of the Electromax vans. And when this one fills up, I'm just going to go get another one, because there's a whole parking lot full of these. grab another one, drive on in. Padlock might become useful in a world where zombies can open doors, such as Extinction. Or 10 builds from now when NPCs finally get added. It was like 2 days or so. Like a day and a half, maybe. I was just... I kind of didn't really pay attention because I was just sitting there reading books the whole time. I wasn't really paying attention to the clock. I just kept doing it until they stopped making the noise. But no, I have not tried Extinction, and I don't want to. Sprinters are still an unfair proposition. That's funny. Remember, you gotta use anti-zombie tactics against cows when they're stressed. I would block things with cars. The cow is very moving. Look at that, there's a straggler over here. This is unacceptable. I wiped out everybody in this parking lot. That's a lot of zombies right there. I'll fry up a slab of that rabbit. If all you found was Jason, that means Freddy's going to be right around the other corner. Too early for maintenance. I do have to step away briefly IRL. I'm going to have her read one of the books that I found here that's actually semi-useful. I have her read glass making for a moment here, and then when I'm back, we'll finish up sorting what's on the floor here. And there's a couple different tasks I wanted to do in Riverside. I'll have to think about what priority, what order to do them in. I'll be thinking about that as I step away here for a moment, and I'll be back in just a moment. One moment, folks. Alright, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So I definitely want to hit the Riverside Police Department. That's a no-brainer. The rest of the town, honestly, it's got a lot of useful stuff in it, but it's not... I'm a little bit ahead of it in terms of what I'm most likely to find. So I'll definitely explore the whole place. I want to see if there's any survivor homes. That's always something worth looking for. Yeah, there's aiming and reloading you can find from gun stores, but there are definitely certain things you'll never find elsewhere, like especially long blade books. Survivor zombies and survivor homes, so there's the only place you'll ever find those. Napping books too, for some strange reason, they don't spawn in regular libraries. I never understood that, but that's also a very odd thing that you'll never find outside of survivor homes or zombies. Oops. It's alright. Not a very important vehicle. Just one it's a moving trunk is what it is. I'm actually going to let this one just cook overnight until it burns off all of its fuel, because the battery is... I think this one too is in need of a bit of... Yeah, I'm going to let these two just cook off the gas that they have, because their batteries are really low. Yeah, no, that's 100%. While you were out killing zombies, I was studying the blade. Now what I do with these is identify what is most relevant, such as the iron pipes. Those are more fences, and the steel rods. Steel sheets are tempting, but I have a billion of them, so we'll take them, but they'll be a lower priority. Perfect. Garbage bag full of things that are relevant to either welding or metalworking. And that leaves us with a fair bit of room in case we find something else that is interesting. The only thing I'm interested in now is I do want a couple of these bags of fertilizer. And the compost bag that's almost empty. That's much more organized now. Just re-glass making for about an hour here. Remaining rabbit meat in here, we'll go ahead and cook it. I will take 2 cans of black paint. Black is an easy color to make work. And since I have pink wallpaper, I'll take 2 cans of pink as well. I don't even know if I'm going to use it, but we've got room, and if it feels like that room is going to be wasted if I find a bunch of other stuff that I'd rather have, then I'll just leave it behind. Because there's a billion more here that I can come back for later. Didn't even cook off all the gas, but the batteries are charged up. Alright, so the only segments of Riverside that are technically unexplored are the neighborhood up to the north here, where Grandpa's house is, and then just head straight down Lincoln Street, take a right on Mousetrap, and then the gated community. And if we see any survivor homes, we'll mark them, otherwise we move on. This is unacceptable. There will be no zombies in my front yard, thank you very much. A lot of these ones are coming out of the building, because I never actually went into Electromax itself. The factory to the north here is a lot of real estate and not a lot of loot. I'm going to check the trailer park actually before we head up to the gravel road community. Trailer park is not exactly a beautiful loot prospect, but hey, there's a survivor home, there's a survivor home. Scenic Grove. Truly scenic. Truly a grove. Not a single one of them boarded up. That's probably why they all turned. Should have boarded up their windows. Now there is a storage unit place here. We already excoriated a couple of things from it. One of which was a generator. That's the where we got the yellow generator for the base up north there. This guy happens to have the keys to the joint. He does not. How's it going? We've got keys to the joint. Hell yeah. There's also somebody out back. Possibly more than one somebody to take them outdoors. Multiple somebodies. Hey, another key to the storage unit. Now I can open the second storage unit. Now, just having the keys to the storage unit doesn't actually usually mean that you can get the garage door ones open. Oh! But we can get the security door, which is definitely a thing. I hear noise somewhere to my right. Yeah, that could be any one of the units. We're just gonna have to assume nothing. Oh, a jiggler. Yes, please. Can actually go fishing with that. She's not the only one. The one I heard was off to the right. This one was just being nice and quiet. There it is. Spinning your generator, are you? So that's a second yellow generator we've gotten from this joint. I think we have enough room for a generator. Didn't exactly budget for it, but no, we don't. But if I pull the paint, we have exactly enough room. So I guess I'll put the paint into a garbage can or a garbage bag and hand carry it if I see fit. If not, we'll do without. These lockers are always empty. Every single time. It's almost as if they haven't designed a loot table for lockers. Okay, yeah. Third yellow generator in the same storage unit. Alright. I see how it is. I don't know if I need one yet. I don't know what my spring harvest is going to look like. So I'll leave it outside to be picked up if the desire is real. Yeah, that was another one. Possibly outside, though. So it's either one of these rooms or it might be out back somewhere. As always, assume nothing. Yeah, most likely out back. What's up, Chuck? Most of the unit's probably clear now because we already approached from the other side. So there's 0.0 chance I'm going to be able to take the second generator without leaving way too much stuff behind. So we're at this point, we're guaranteed to be making another trip at some point. So I'm just going to leave the... I'll put them both in a garbage bag here along with some lower priority loot. And we'll just schedule a pickup at some point. So that'll be a pickup for which we need 85 room. Yeah, that's easily doable with one of my other vans. Wouldn't it be amazing if I could just pull up an NPC on the radio and be like, hey, I've got a pickup. Bring some loot back to base for me. That'd be amazing. It'll never be a thing. We'll have NPCs, but they won't be that useful. They have weird animations when you hit them from behind. So do people in real life. Okay, that trailer, all the way down there, that trailer used to be all the way down here. That's where we left it last stream. We left it all the way down here last stream. It has moved on its own whatever, its own little bumpity bump movement, all the way over here to run into a tree. I don't think I'm going to be using that trailer ever. I can't trust it. It's not going to stay where I leave it. Horse trailers remain a meme, now and forever. I just find it really funny that they even chose to call it a horse trailer when there's no horses in the game yet. We've got to wait until B43 before we get more intelligent animals. I feel irresponsible for not having moved this yet. I have driven around it like 50 times. Alright, into town we go. So you got this gravel road community up here to the north. Single family homes, nothing with a garage. I don't even think anything here has a second floor. Some of them have a bit of a wider first floor. 1 or 2 basements. This is a dead end. Brings you straight to the river. Not a bad real estate opportunity if you like to build your own custom bases. This is, I actually would use these roads here, like the entire road, so I would pull them up as gravel and dump them out to create my own road to build in the river next to the gas station. Very small church up there. None of the, definitely not a Catholic church. There's no really ritzy looking golden decorations everywhere. If it was a Catholic church, you bet your sweet ass there'd be a lot of really ritzy looking beautiful decorations everywhere that clearly cost a lot of money. I say this as somebody raised Catholic. I'm not a big fan of the institution. Tradition's nice, but the institution is, yeah. Compromised is the word that comes to mind. Grandpa's house is over here with the red car in front of it. Hoping for a mechanics overhaul. Mechanics and electrical have been largely untouched. Now, the one thing that they did do to electrical is, we got bombs now, and that's fantastic. But remember, the devs of this game never liked vehicles. They've hated vehicles from the very beginning. They couldn't even be asked to add the most basic opening door animation. All the framework is there. They just never added the fucking animation into the game. The only vehicles that have animated doors are modded vehicles. But now they've got somebody on staff who actually cares about vehicles. Good old Filibuster Rhymes. We'll see what he can do. I just wanted to look at this shed, and I guess these guys are gonna give me a hard time. Come on, there you go. And you. There's one coming from the left. No? Okay. Hey, red generator. And a freezer. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. I trust Filibuster. He'll make good things happen eventually. So here's the deal. I've got a yellow generator already in the trunk. I don't have room for a second generator. However, the gas station here at Riverside doesn't have a generator. So that's where we're taking the red one here. The question is... I'm just gonna, okay, here's how we're gonna, we'll take the yellow one out, drop it here temporarily, put the red one in, go deploy the red one at the gas station, then come back, pick up the yellow one. I was actually thinking about bringing one of the old generators that I stockpiled back at Phallus Lake. Thinking about bringing them down here, but I had a feeling we'd find some generators up here. This is a roadblock. Y'all are gonna make me pull out the 9mm. Yeah, I'm finna do it. Fuck all of these guys. This is my town. And I was correct. There was a cop bull driver here. Okay. We've got work to do then. I even left some loot for myself for a long time in the future there. We'll see if I don't have room for it in terms of the generator. So we've got multiple problems here. If I start discharging the firearm here, we're going to get people coming up and slapping the fence down there. Giving those zombies the run around while I consider my options. If you're going to clear this area, starting from the river and working inward is probably the best idea. Because at least we don't have Zeds coming out of the river yet. So I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. North Riverside is always a bit of a fight. I start in Riverside a lot, but I very rarely these days do I actually stay in Riverside after starting there. My previous characters, I've come back to Riverside after doing like a big map tour. This time I just went straight to Phallus Lake after that, so I believe we'll be starting right around here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 boxes of 38 Special. So I've already got 130 shots of it. And I'm just going to hang out in this nice wide open parking lot to see what that brings down on me. What's up, Command? How's it going? Alright. Not bad. We're really close to axe level 7. If I can get that, I'd feel a lot better about switching to the long blade. On my left. Yeah, I was expecting that. Who swipes at the floor to kill that guy? Oh, she dead. She did too. Okay. Let a red crosshair. This is a very quiet gun. I mean, it doesn't sound like it, and it definitely will pull quite a few, but, I mean, this guy down here, if this is any other gun, he'd probably be honest. It's actually making me want to toot. I'm gonna toot. I This will get their attention. That may have gotten so many of them that I'll need to fall back. No, don't underestimate horns. I feel like they're even louder than they used to be. Yeah, I would very much like an electrical overhaul. As long as it doesn't suck too much. I know the devs of this game, they're going to over-err on the side of it being garbage and miserable. Come on, out of the road. Do not do corpses in my road. It's getting a little smelly around here. Shema over face. I am now wizard. Yeah, no, that's unless you want to pay an exorbitant gas price for the same generator. See, I don't even think the Andy Stone understood the concept of load balancing. Ammo check real quick. We're at 86 rounds. That's actually, yeah, we're 3 rounds away from opening another box. We can fit 133 in our bandolier. Yeah, I know, right? No fun allowed. Looking good. Somehow we're still getting some interference from the north there. There's a couple of fast ones. How did they only just now find me? You're going to shoot 33 times. And that's it. That's all you're gonna do. Can't be getting flanked. Yeah, every time I use a shotgun bandolier, I'm usually, or a shells bandolier, I'm usually constantly refilling it. I just have like several hundred shells in my backpack, and I'm just constantly pulling handfuls of shells out of my backpack, shoving them back into my bandolier. I have no idea if that's what they intended, but that's what's going on right now. Damn it, he landed in the road. Cursed ragdoll system. Truly cursed. %of zeros. Who needs to reload? Reloading is for chums. Still getting them from the north here. It's like some people just don't get the memo until the last second. This right here, this is Charles. He's always late to the parties. It's alright, we still invite him anyway. .22 M16 mags. How many boxes is that? That is 1.3 times as many boxes or something like that. Forget the exact ratio. This was one of the first weapons I had to use in the game right here. This was a large hook. I found it on the shelf of my starter house. Come a pretty long way in the past 100 hours of gameplay. Never did open that up. Clear? No, we're definitely not clear. Not on the other side of that fence. But that's okay. We can at least get the generator deployed, turn it on, and see what comes our way after we turn it on. Alright, now we aren't fucking around filling up any gas yet. We are just checking the local area to see what the noise of the generator attracts. I do predict there are still quite a few in the neighborhood over here. Oh yeah. Oh yes, there are. This thing is definitely getting near the end of its lifespan. Yeah. I think I'm about done with the short bat with saw blade. It served its purpose. It'll become a decoration in one of my early houses here. Fuck did you just say to me? Probably left a few perishables in this, yep. It's one of my burgers. And all that stuff. Salvaged from the local area. Cecilia Craven. Funny thing is, I don't actually remember what I did with my own character's ID card. I left it somewhere. biting commentary there. I definitely left it somewhere. Longplay level 1. Jesus Christ, okay, yeah. Do well not to forget. While you were groaning in the darkness, I was studying the blade. That's one I ran over. Here, one to the north. Hello. Multiple to the north. Okay, not bad. I left the generator running on the other side of the fence, and so when we go back over there, we'll see if it actually grabbed anybody, or if my calculations are correct, everybody that was going to be in the area was probably going to be mostly still clustered on that side. Yep. I don't see anybody up here. There's the fatigue. But now we go back and pick up the yellow generator. Also going to leave some fuel in the yellow generator because there's no reason not to. It doesn't get heavier if you put fuel in it. Can't wait for that update. Got yet another one up here still. Full. Alright, so mission mostly accomplished, actually. We've explored everything in North Riverside. We've secured the gas station so we can get gas anytime we need. The starter neighborhood has been retaken. All that's left to do now is explore to see if there are any targets worth taking. Real talk, I actually forgot which house I started in. I've started in Riverside so many times. This time when I started, I feel like it was one of the more expensive ones. I think it was on Kennedy Street, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't remember. I know I didn't stay there longer than like 30 seconds. Anyway, Lincoln to Mousetrap. Right here. I did leave loot for myself in the form of that duffel bag full of something and that propane can. Oh, was this the... Ah, this was the contents of the police department. I almost forgot that I had actually looted it. Triple check that. Yeah. There's bundles of money. That's funny. I remember now, I was looking for the keys to the state trooper truck out back. I was looking for that. Never found them, but I found keys to the PD itself, so I didn't have to break through the security door. Oh. Oh, look at all those beautiful green numbers. It hurts my soul to have to break a window in something like this. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Woohoo! I didn't even look at it. Is that really what that means? Engine quality 77. I'll take it. That's my best light bar right now. It is now going to be... I actually think this thing is going to have possibly enough engine power to tow the step van forward. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that might be the case. There's only one way to find out. Can it not? It's an embarrassment to its light bar if it can't tow. Damn it. I should have known it would be on the wrong side. Actually, I don't want that thing to have its lights on. I'm going to tow a vehicle forward, if it's going to work. We'll see. Top off the tires. Old tires, so whatever possibility it had to tow, it's probably a little bit lessened. Lower friction. I don't know. It's probably going to bottom out. It's definitely not going to be an easy tow job. See how it feels in the asphalt here. We might make it to third. Just barely, though. There's definitely much better vehicles than this. Yeah, we're in third. Alright. I probably would have been better off trying to establish a place that's safe to sleep a little closer in, but, yeah, gotta do what I gotta do. I'll go back to wherever it's safe. I don't care if it takes me a little bit longer. I mean, actually, now that I've got another vehicle with room in it, we'll go back to Electromax, we'll sleep there, and then I've got room to put all the stuff that I left on the floor. I do. I have room for all that stuff. So we don't have to do another trip back and forth. We can pick all that up. Oh, yeah, no, I would not have tried... I would never even bothered trying to do this if it wasn't for the fact that we're towing a step van. I don't know why step vans are so much easier to tow than everything else. I still haven't figured that out, but, whatever works. And I don't expect to be able to off-road very easily. I'll be surprised if we can make this without a... Nope, we're bottoming out. Well, there's 5 bushes in front of me, that's why. I'm so used to having that little section of road right there cleared. Because every time I would base in Riverside, that would be one of the early things I do. I just clear all the shit that grows off-road there. But that's alright. We are here. Shut the engine. I will go ahead and fire up the generator. I would like to read after we sleep, and I'm also going to put the rabbit meat back in the fridge here. In fact, I'm going to put the rabbit meat in the freezer. Let it freeze overnight. Give it a little bit more life. Alright, I'm going to step away briefly, IRL. I'm going to have her read glass making while I do. Get my glasses on, there we go. And I will be right back, and when I get back, we'll finish out, just get a second sleep. We'll go pick up the stuff we left at the storage facility. And then we will have a shipment of multiple cool things back to Fallis Lake. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. All right, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. That was my Discord noise I was making. It is my dad's birthday today. Forgot about that. I'll have to give him a call later. And yes, my family have a my boomer parents. I have them on Discord. That was my brother wishing him a happy birthday. All right, we're just about 10 minutes away from our second sleep here, so let's fast forward and boom. All right, so I think I have a route planned here. Let's grab the meats. So we're going to go down and pick up the stuff that I left at the storage facility. Then we're going to we'll take the vehicle with us while we go down to the south entrance to Riverside. I'll leave the vehicle there, and we'll finish our exploration of Riverside with just the state police mobile. That actually leaves us with enough room for the other generator. So I don't have to leave the yellow generator here. I will, but I don't have to. I do want to have a generator here until I have certifiably finished with everything in the Electromax factory. My fountain cups are out of cow's milk. That's okay. That's where the transfer liquid comes in. We brought ourselves a 2-liter. That's another day or so of food. It would be better to use the rabbit meat, but I would want to add something to it if I'm going to use it. Damn it! I did not want to run into that thing. I don't have a lot of maneuver room here. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. This is not the shortcut I think it is it? No, that's going to take me down Otter Creek. I don't want that. Yeah, we're going the other way. Of the many times I've exited Riverside, that direction is one I have not used very often, if ever. AI follower, no. We're towing it. It doesn't look like we're towing it because after towing has been in the game for 5 or 6 years now, the devs still have not added a actual visual representation of what the chain we're using to tow it, but it's there. You just gotta use your imagination, I guess. If only we had some NPCs that could drive vehicles that could follow us around, that would be amazing. I would truly enjoy that. I wouldn't even want them to get out of the vehicles because I know the NPCs in this game, when they get added back, they're not going to be able to defend themselves very well. I just tell them to keep their ass in the vehicle while I take care of the zombies. Force tow. Yep, 100%. Alright, this is where I'm going to leave the step van. It'll be a lot easier to explore the other half of town if I'm not towing it. And I'm going to use this exit anyway on the way out, so... Yeah, no, neither did our homie in the chat there. This whatchamacallit is actually about as powerful as an ambulance, but the trick it really is these step vans are easier to tow than other vehicles. Pretty much anything with a light bar could probably tow forward a step van, except maybe the State Trooper Niala. Apparently anything. Interesting. See a sports car in the front yard of this house. It's a nice contrast. Looted and trashed house, but nobody touched the sports car? Yeah, right. Okay. Alright, nothing in this neighborhood here. Probably the next turn up that I wanted to do. Or no, just head straight. This is Mousetrap, yeah. I'll go up and take that northward turn on Lincoln, and that will constitute an exploration of this area. There's a cul-de-sac to the north there. And then the school, of course. I didn't really survey the school yet. It's not like me to ignore the Riverside School, but we didn't need it this time around. It's usually part of my early game strategy. Now this road, you got to be very careful, but you can technically take it. Maintain your wheels right at the edge, because remember, all vehicles are only 2 tiles wide. But that's it's, like I said, it's very dangerous. The slightest stop on that road, and you could be surrounded very easily. Ooh, a trailer! Fuck yeah, I didn't know there was one right here in Riverside. I'm probably gonna get out and fight for that. There's a... Ooh, yeah. We've got things to fight for here. Things I was not expecting. I could always use another one of these fire trucks. Your fire truck will make a fine addition to my collection. Alright, we actually hit the... We managed to hit the bookstore here, like, within the first week. Actually, on the first day. Was it? I can't remember. But I had to check that side. Oh, I thought that was in real life I was hearing that sound. Haha. Well. I'm going to come back to this area. I want to explore the gated community real quick. There's a Plonky mobile up there. What? Did somebody leave Plonkies on the floor? What? Who would dare do such a thing? Cursed. Truly cursed. Those are still good, you know. Just dust off the road dust a little bit. Stayed many a night in the house to the north and south here. A fine collection for my addiction. 'Cause Just looking for some boarded up windows, man. That's all I want. Well, there's the gated community. Not a single survivor home. Actually, there isn't a single survivor home in all of Riverside. Yeah. Okay. Hang on, let me just double check this neighborhood. Probably would have seen if there was, but... Yeah, you win some, you lose some, and this one we definitely lost. Ooh, I lied. Here we are. Primary target acquired. We're gonna need to establish an angle of approach. I'm thinking south. Yeah. Okay. Let it begin. One north, falling back slightly. Advice for learning new skills. You have yet to dabble with the crafting menu. Well, so what are you having trouble with? Are you having trouble staying alive, or you want to learn new crafting skills? Like those are two, because a lot of new people have a little bit of trouble staying alive. But if you've gotten past the part where you need to stay alive, then there's all sorts of different options as to what you can do. You know, to make yourself more combat effective, so you can explore a little bit better and have a better time. The crafting system is sort of a means to an end. So, determining what end you're looking for. Are you looking for better weapons? Are you looking for... And if so, what kind of better weapons, right? Like, what kind of, what's your preferred, weapon type when you're starting out? Like, short blunt, long blunt? I like to do long blunt. This particular character, I deviated from my... Sorry, I like to do short blunt personally, but this character, I, started out with fire officer build. so I had a little bit of axe to start with. Carpentry or masonry or carving. So, like, carpentry is mostly good for building. There are a few improvised weapons you can make. Masonry is also good for building, but is very specific when it comes to crafting. If you want to be able to make weapons, masonry can get you some really good long blunt and short blunt weapons. When you get all the way to the end of the crafting tree, masonry can get you stone mace heads. And you can put stone mace heads on a short bat or a long bat and get almost best in slot using just materials that you find out in the field. So, like, that would be a long stone. I don't see any examples on screen right now, but you see these stones up here in the courtyard here. In the very top right corner, the longer ones, those are long, smooth, flat stones. You can turn those into mace heads with high-level masonry, and those are actually best in slot in terms of damage. The blacksmithing made ones are slightly better in terms of durability, but masonry is much easier to make with. So whenever I'm doing a survivor house here, I always unbarricade one of the windows and then one of the doors so that I have a way in, but also an easier way out than a window. I don't predict it's going to get so hairy in there that I'm going to need to run away, but just in case. How would you go about gaining more skills for carpentry after you've read a book? No, that's fine. Carpentry, most of the things in the skill menu will give you experience. Sawing a lot of logs, cutting down a lot of trees and then sawing a lot of logs, that is a very easy way of going about it. There's probably multiple in that room back there. Why did they just stop? What's going on there? Come on, open the door. Oh, it's just one. This machete feels weak. Yeah, it's down to 2/3. Okay. But yeah, if you go to the skill menu and you go to, like, carpentry, for example, you'll see all these various things that you can make. As for what is most useful to make, it's a bit of an open question. Yeah, there's honestly not many things that I would make in the crafting menu to level carpentry. The building menu, which is a separate menu. Anything that can make floors are a very easy way to level. One plank, one nail, hammer. You can make billions of them. And they get you a fair amount of experience. There's definitely one upstairs somewhere here. Multiple likely in the garage here. Maybe just one. Okay. First floor is close to secure. Oh, yes. Definitely find the building menu. I added a hotkey for it, Z. I don't know if the hotkey is defined by default. You might have to go into settings and set your own hotkey. Z is a bit of a conflict because it's also bound to switch seats in a vehicle. And I just find it so silly that the game brings up switch seats and the build menu every time I do that, but whatever. Maybe a different key will work for you better. But then there's you can go to the carpentry tab in the building menu and you can see all the options there. That is much better for getting carpentry experience than the skill menu. Or, I'm sorry, and then the crafting menu, rather. And some people got a little bit upset about the fact that there's two separate menus. When you realize that the building menu is how you build structures, and the crafting menu is how you build items, the separation makes a little bit more sense when you think about it that way. Yeah. Alright, so this is a survivor house. And that means knowledge. There's already a magazine we haven't read yet. Also probably lots of weapons in here. That sound of a zombie slapping something is most definitely upstairs somewhere. I'm gonna go ahead and kill it. We check for a red crosshair at the top of the stairs. Nothing, so we're clear. I'm not seeing any of the doors shake. It might be a closet door. There it is. I think that means we're clear. Yep, I think we're clear. Okay. Back to looting. Iron pipe, steel rod, switchblade, rope. Maybe flint, we'll see. That's in the chopping block if I don't need it. Some light on the subject. That's the black bandana. I've got a few of those already. That's a regular red tie, isn't it? Does it match my... I can't see it. Let me take the jacket off here. It's a little dark. It's a little dark. I was hoping for a tie that matched the shemagh that I'm wearing, the neck scarf thing there. It's a little dark. I'll hold on to it. The perfect tie in this game is the Spiffos tie. It'll be a little while before I can find that. You found 4 sledgehammers. Yeah, that is a... I do feel like I've gotten more sledgehammers on this character than I have any of my previous ones on B42 so far. So it could be luck, but it also might be that the devs have eased back slightly on the sledgehammer being impossible to find. I would not know. I have not looked at the loot settings that they've changed. They've definitely... the new game director has definitely been tweaking things. Gun loot has been what everybody's been talking about. So whenever you have a survivor home like this one, you want to check every single container, because every single container has a chance of having above average loot. Like even this bathroom here. Yeah, nothing in that one, but good chance of it. look at all that. A railroad spike puller. I have never seen one of these outside of, like, train stations. Like the Louisville train yard past the checkpoint. That's my main backpack full right there. I'm getting out of the handbag here. If you're ever looking for advice, KTO's got just as many hours in this game as I do. We're the no lifer squad. Yeah, carving is amazing if you can get it leveled up. It does take a little bit to level up, but especially if you're in multiplayer, if you're working together with other characters, and you've got a crew of people, maybe some of them can help you cut some trees. Maybe you got an axe expert on your team who can help you cut some trees. Every time you cut down a tree, you get a whole bunch of tree branches, saplings, hell, even the logs themselves. All of those are useful to help level carving, and eventually carving can get you you can carve your own baseball bats at really high level carving. So if you have any short blunt users on your team, they'll thank you for leveling up carving someday, if they aren't doing it themselves. Carving is definitely a very useful skill. Whenever you're creating a new character, there's a trait called Carver that just gives you a straight up +2 bonus to carving. It's very fast to level if you have that. That used to be one of the traits I would always take, is Carver. In fact, if I had done a different character build, if I had done a construction worker again, I probably would have taken Carver. Almost guaranteed. Yeah, and that's the best part right there, is that if you don't have if you can't find the carving books, the skill or the trait Carver, you can level up through many of the early levels without even touching a book. It's pretty great. I'm probably gonna have to go do a drop off in the truck, because my handbag is full already. But if I could at least empty out to the top floor, I'll be happy. Yeah, robber builds. So yeah, that's not a bad thing. The way I play the game, I always play the game so that I'm a one-man army, so that I have to do everything. But if you're in a group of people who can have specific tasks, somebody can be the car hot wire, somebody can be the carver, the carpenter, that kind of stuff. It's always a good way to break things down. Ooh, look at all that. Hey, Animal Care 5, that's a book I did not have. Hell yeah. There's an annotated map. We'll look at that later. Some magazines. Memorabilia. Wait a minute, that's a brochure for a place we'll go someday. Grand Ohio Mall. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've been there. That's been a fun time. That was a very fun time. You can make a fishing rod. Oh, fascinating. I actually have never tried to make my own. I've always been able to find mine. But if you need to make your own, carving sounds like it'd be up your alley. Alright. Dropping off some loot. There are still a few places in the bottom floor we haven't looted yet. But now that we have the survivor house secured, we've got a pretty decent place that we can catch a night's sleep in South Riverside if we need to here. All the windows are already boarded, so it's great. So I'm going to put a garbage bag into the trunk here. Try to separate the loot that I've picked up into categories. Let's start with weaponry and materials. Weaponry, tools, and materials, I suppose. Some of these magazines we picked up are already loaded. That's always fun. Hey, there's a metal baseball bat with a saw blade. That's pursuant to my interests. I'm an axe specialist. That's going straight on my back. I might actually deploy that this evening. Alright, opening another garbage bag up here. We do not have too much room left in the trunk here. Oh, we found an M16. I didn't even realize. That just went in one eye and out the other. But yeah, there was an M16 in the survivor house we just looted there. Don't have anything on the driver's seat yet, so I'm going to set on this trophy we picked up. Actually, I'm going to set on this MSR-7T. Okay. Looking good. So all of the loot that I didn't manage to fit in the vehicle, because the vehicle is now 100% full, everything else is in my main backpack. So we do still have a handbag. Look at this thing. That looks pardon the pun, that looks fucking metal, if I do say so myself. Figuratively and literally. And it's a saw blade weapon, so it's going to count as an axe weapon. And we're very close to axe level 7. Honestly, if I just kill a few zombies with this tonight, we could probably get axe level 7 tonight. I'm just going to do a little neighborhood cleanup here. Until I get tired, at least. Ooh, yeah, I already like it, because there's no sharpness on this either. This is one of the saw blade weapons that doesn't have any sharpness, so it's going to... I don't have to stop and make sure it's sharp every once in a while. Yeah. This is probably the trade-off for the fact that, we can't make our own metal baseball bats. Can fix it with epoxy. Hell yeah. What have we got here? This looks like pretty sports car parts. Ooh, that looks like very pretty sports car parts. All performance, too. Yeah, I'll probably come back and tow this later with the race car. Surprisingly few are left up here. Grim Scary Tales, how's it going? My birthday? No. Oh, there's a couple over here. Didn't even realize this house is burned. I can't deal with those guys through the fence. I don't have my welding equipment on me or my sledgehammer, so I can't get around the fence easily. That's fine. The consequence of trying to keep myself a little bit more lightweight is I don't have my welding kit. Okay, so I see what's going on. This house, like the front of it, caught fire at some point. But that's it, just the front. This is the SUV look like here. We're just playing Apocalypse. All settings default, no mods that change anything functional. Only mod is we change the color of our backpack so that it's not puke green. I'm so done with all drab. This is everything great in this. The SUV is engine quality 92. Damn, it's pretty. We always do get some pretty decent cars spawn in the gated community here in Riverside. I should really add a message in the description to talk about what settings we're playing and what the mods are, because I get a lot of folks want to find out what that is. Oops, there we go. I'm just going to tow a few local vehicles over to the survivor house here. Now that it's clear, it is a pretty decent prospect for a field base. Prettiest, shittiest car. I believe you. I definitely do, especially because it's considered heavy duty. I used to think it was standard. But no, it is, I'm confusing it with the other Jeep. The Jeep is standard. The Jeep, in fact, I think one spawned around the corner, if I'm not mistaken. Was it on this side, or was it on the other side? Woman, does your mother know you're wearing that? Shameless, truly shameless. Stealing her choker. No, of course not. Why would I do that? I used to try to grow it out. I was going for a Gandalf look at one point, but I can't get it to get much longer. Like at one point, I had this really wide bushy beard, but it just kept getting bushier. It didn't get longer. It must not have been down here. The Jeep must be north somewhere. I'm going to keep killing them until we get fatigued, because I do want to see if I can get axe level 7. That would be fantastic, because then I can say that I've gotten higher level axe than any of my previous characters. Rancho, that's what it's called, yeah. Always worth checking sheds. I'm gonna laugh if there's a generator in it. No generator. Perhaps a welding torch. We're very light on room, so I don't, I'll hold on to those nails. Actually, I'll use them across the street, reboard up the survivor house. Ooh, damn, that is, I think this is a 20 condition weapon. Because I'm just looking at the length of the bar, and we've only lost one tiny little pip of it. So that means that would be a 19 out of 20 right now. Hello. That's why whenever there's multiple doors open, I just run on in. You see how she stopped? She stopped slapping the garage door? They definitely have improved the AI a little bit when it comes to just getting stuck slapping things. In the past, that zombie would have just kept slapping the garage door infinitely until I came in there and dealt with it. Like, they used to be very sticky when it comes to surfaces that they're capable of slapping. I don't have the loot capacity to be looting residential right now. I will capture the flag, but that is... I don't have anywhere to put it right now. Actually, no, do I... I have exactly enough room in my satchel for it. Hell yeah. We'll kill Frank out here. And then we're probably moments away from having to fall back. Literally 3 experience away from Axe level 7. That's like 1 or 2 kills. These 3 up here ought to do it. There it is. Axe level 7. Higher than I've ever been before. I've never taken a character with an innate axe bonus. So the fact that I've been able to get axe level 6 without any bonuses in the past has, I'll take that as a point of pride. But with this character, I could probably get axe 10 without hurting myself too hard. I think I will stay the night in this neighborhood. It is my privilege to be able to do so, as I'm carrying around a generator that I was just going to bring back with me anyway. So I'll fire up the generator outside of that survivor house. And get the meat that's in my backpack still. Get it frozen. I was just going to pass through here and then head back to Phallus Lake where my main base is, but finding a survivor house has been a nice little windfall. I'll take it. I would like to try to find that rancher, though. It must have been on the other side of... the other side of this road. Maybe. It's definitely where all the zombies are, is on this side. Yeah. Nothing unusual there. That happens a lot with this area. There it is. I see it. I always like having one of these in my collection, even if I don't find too many niche use cases for it. I think it's one of the best vehicles to just tow a regular, like, trailer with. But for a standard, it's a great all-rounder. Probably best in slot for standard. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and deploy the generator here out in front of the house. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to deploy the generator and then get it connected and let it run for a bit. And while I let it run, we're going to recover a couple more vehicles that I spotted out here. At least the other sports car. And by doing that, we're just going to let any zombies who would be attracted by the sound show themselves. That is the current tactic we're looking at here. I don't actually have a... I don't have a gas can in my immediate vicinity here. I'm just going to go ahead and use a 2-liter bottle. It's powering 5 lights in 1 fridge. Caught a neighbor's light here. So that was 4 lights. The 5th one must be upstairs somewhere. I am going to go ahead and reboard up the front window down here, using the nails that I pulled from the house across the street. And these planks that we just pulled off the front. Oh, I didn't realize that, oh, now that's fascinating. Jarred food is already going rotten. Jarred food has already gone rotten. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of jars of stuff in here that is fully rotten. Cool. Good to know. It's only been 4 months and 6 days since the power went out. We were well over a year in on our other character. Oh, and I also never looted the kitchen. I'm a doofus. I'm a doofus. Look at all these... I thought I had looted the kitchen. Oh, shit. Okay. So we're not done here yet? Absolutely not. I don't think you guys can hear that, but there's somebody mowing the lawn outside right now. It is extremely distracting. I'm going to blame that for missing all this loot. It's that guy's fault. How dare he do his job. That's good. Jeez Louise! Look at all that! This is the most well-equipped survivor house I've ever seen. The fact that it's a survivor house in a 2-story building is a 2-story home is definitely paying off. I am so glad that I did not explore this area early game. They left a frog. They left a frog in the oven. What the hell? There's some weird people living here. They must have ran out of food or something if that's what they're resorting to. Couple of cheapskate John magazines. Unfortunately not the ones that I'm truly interested in, but I'll take them. Couple of melee weapons there. A firefighter axe. And a garden fork weapon of some kind. I don't even know exactly what that is. There's a copy of Blacksmithing 5 there. We already got one of those, but I'm here for it. A little bit past our bedtime, but well, that's not my fault. Not my fault there's a bunch of more loot here than I thought there would be. I'm actually going to leave all of that there, most of it, yeah. Oh man, I asked for more loot, and I got exactly what I asked for. Okay, I will sort through all the loot we pulled out of the kitchen there. I'll sort through that later. For tonight, well, it's couple more containers here. Nothing overly substantial. Okay. In a survivor home, you could find loot in the strangest of places. Alright, last thing is you. Generator did its job. Last thing is, of course, the vehicle should not still be running. I see another one over there, too. Okay. Now, I might come down here tomorrow morning or even in the middle of the night, and there might be more deads out here. That's okay. They'll probably be in the front yard as opposed to slapping my entrances here. So I think we'll be alright. I will be upstairs sleeping behind multiple doors, so that is the only reason that I decided to post up here for tonight, is because I knew we would be relatively safe. Found the last light that I hadn't tracked for. Now the only question is, which bed do I want to sleep in? I felt like I heard somebody mouth breathing just now, but I have no idea. Henceforth, this is my bedroom, because it has the highest quantity of teddy bears, and therefore, it is the best bedroom. I maintain that both pillows and teddy bears should increase the quality of sleep when placed on a bed. Alright, now... I suppose as an overnight task, I'm going to consolidate all of the loot in the house, just everything from upstairs, downstairs, just drop it all in the same area. Kind of the similar strategy that I use in the warehouse, just so I can see everything that we've found and decide what can stay and what can go. Because I'm a little bit less wary of leaving things behind now, because anything I leave behind is just something to make useful the area here. The area that now has a safe house to sleep in. No, I'm definitely hearing somebody outside somewhere. It is not aggro noises, so they don't know I'm here yet. Big yet, though. Sorry, I'm going to have to turn up my volume here. This may result in the mic picking up the game noises, but I need to be able to hear things. And my fucking HVAC and the and the asshole out there mowing the lawn. I can't call him an asshole, he's just doing his job. I didn't even look in this container yet. Okay, wasn't much here. Yeah, I'm not getting everything in one trip. Too much stuff. That is, that's a 2-story survivor house for you. Stress reduction literature I'll keep separate from this. It sounds like the mouth breather that I'm hearing is just right outside in this area somewhere. Somehow she hasn't seen me through the window yet. Dacto, how's it going? We just found, I think, what is the only survivor house in Riverside, and we're just kind of consolidating all the stuff we found in it. And there's a mouth breather directly outside the door there that I want to go deal with now that we have gotten all the loot out of the way here. There's a little bit more sorting I need to do, but okay, I have no idea where that zombie could possibly be. I know I was hearing something to my left. Oh, all the way up there. Okay. Cool. One of the many uses of a knife carry around. Alright, I feel a lot better about getting a second sleep now. Picking one of those out of the freezer tonight. We'll thaw it. We'll add it to something tomorrow. Because we only have a little bit of milk left to shut the hunger up. Yeah, that's definitely one party there. Oh, we got cold there. Cold for a brief moment overnight. Alright, if I'm going to be sleeping anywhere for longer than a day or two, there will be no corpses in it. These guys can go out back. Wait, what? What's going on here? Oh, somehow... How did that happen? How did I target that corpse from downstairs? Fascinating. Well, now we can get the ability to throw them out the window is actually relevant now. I'm still hearing a mouth breather, too. It's got to be somebody in the next house. That's the only thing that makes sense now. In any case, I am quite hungry now. We're going to have some rabbit. There was a bowl we found, and there are some condiments. We are going to make a rabbit salad. Somebody died. Oh no. I must have been hearing them because they're on the second floor. Yep, there she is. So I was hearing somebody one house over. She's going to take a quick break here. She is quite tired. I will read one of these schematics while we wait here for her to recover. There are a literal billion schematics I could read. Every single one of these melee plans are actually different. A lot of the recipes are going to have some crossover. They're basically all improvised weapons. Who is, people keep saying happy birthday. I don't get it. It's not my birthday today. If people are seeing what was said earlier, it's my dad's birthday. I just mentioned that offhandedly earlier. We'll find room for these flags. We just picked one up, and there's one in my satchel. But yeah, at this point, we're definitely going to need to come back here at some point to get some of those vehicles, in addition to some stuff that I'm now going to leave behind in a series of garbage bags. Thank you. Yeah, this is a lazy boy. It is easily the best recliner I've ever owned. Fantastic thing. Would highly recommend. It's a lot of money, but it's 100% worth it. Worth every cent. I prefer Battle Station, but I won't say no to Throne. So in total, we've got about 105 encumbrance of loot. Minus a little bit if I don't count those planks. And I've also been meaning to get the rest of these corpses out of the kitchen. Just because I don't intend on staying here for too awful long doesn't mean that I want corpses in a house of mine. No house of mine shall be loaded with corpse. I think you might be the only individual who's come by and correctly guessed that it was a lazy boy. That is fantastic. Got a good taste. Good taste in recliners. In the past, I have tried to create places where you can bury corpses just by removing a few floor tiles and then adding dirt to the floor. But the game does not let you turn around and dig graves if you've added dirt to a tile. It is relatively unfortunate. Because I definitely would have done that. That would have been a lot easier to get rid of the corpses that way. Give her a break. We'll read another couple of those schematics we picked up. Read a sugar cookie recipe. With that cleanup of my backpack, I think we can easily fit the flags now. A few other things on the floor here that didn't make the kitchen. Fix that. Basically, I've just taken everything that we found in the entire building, and I've just consolidated it into likely to use and likely to never use. There's actually one room I just realized I haven't cleaned out yet. Alright, so we're almost done here. For this leg of the journey, at least. Let's peep this last closet. That, anything? Yeah, 2 crates. What do we got? Nothing and... okay. Some more schematics. Another magazine that I haven't read before. I was not expecting that. A bone war hatchet head. We're not quite ready to be able to cut those ourselves. That is a oh, what's it called? That is a carving recipe. A relatively higher level one. But now I think I can safely say that I've checked every container in this house. Look at what they left in the fireplace. Are you kidding me? Okay, yeah. A little bit of stuff in the fireplace then. I couldn't even finish the sentence. The short sword, I don't know of any value to it. If I was going to use something that has the... okay, the short sword is a one-handed weapon. What you can see that I'm doing right now as we speak, I have a one-handed weapon in my hand, and I have a bag in my offhand. So whenever I go indoors into buildings, you'll usually see me pull out the one-handed weapon that I have that's available to me at the time. In this case... We're putting that there, we're putting that there. In this case, the machete is better than any of the one-handed swords, as far as I know. The machete is basically equal to a two-handed sword in everything except for reach. Everything except for reach and something else, I forget what. I don't think it's attack speed. But yeah, if you want a one-handed like weapon that is equal to the sword, just use a machete. That is my recommendation. Okay. Now I want to say that we're completely done here. I can make my own tongs now. I don't know what I was thinking there. I don't need to take any more tongs home. I am a level 9 blacksmith. I can make just about anything in the game now. Actually, there's no just about. I can make anything in the game now. Level 9... There's no level 10 blacksmithing recipes that I'm aware of. Alright, so I'm going to mark on the map that this is a barricaded safe house. Very nice. So the stuff that's on the floor, I'm going to take outside and stick into one of the vehicles that we're going to come back for someday and tow them. The generator here was specifically to have some electricity just overnight here. That will be coming with us. We lost a little bit of storage space in the trunk when we bumped into a zombie. I think we can still fit the generator without a problem. Yeah. I think the Jeep over here only has one seat. Or, I'm sorry, only has front seats. Yeah. So that means the Jeep probably does not have enough room for all the loot we have in the floor in there. Another jiggler. It's two. Sweet. Ooh, fishing stuff. Hell yeah. Very nice. I'm happy about it. Always down for more fountain cups. Hey, and there's a key. Alright, so I think we actually might have enough room for all the garbage bags if we put them on the seat and the driver's seat of the Jeep there. So I'm going to put a little bit of gas in the Jeep. And bring it on up. And we'll come back someday for the all-terrain someday later, because the Jeep, I believe, is a little bit more... has a little bit more of a niche use case. That's a lot of dead charge in the battery there. I'm probably going to let it... Yeah, I'm going to leave it running even after I'm done here. Charge the battery up. We are nearing the point of total battery death. It's unfortunate, but it was always going to happen eventually. I am carrying too much to be able to move those garbage bags, so I'm going to take off my extra gear. So the driver's seat and passenger seat are now full of stuff. I think what's left on the floor here we can fit in the trunk. Might be a little tight, but we'll see if we can get it in there. The trunk has like 40, and there's like 20-something here. I'm sorry, there's like, yeah, there's a little over 40. Alright, and we're out of here now. And like I said, we're gonna just leave the all-terrain, or the, whatchamacallit, the Jeep here. We're just gonna leave it running, because the battery is very close to being dead, and it doesn't have too much gas in it. And I'm gonna hand carry the fishing box there. Not too awful heavy. Save me a little bit more. Alright, I think we're done with Riverside for now, until we want to come back and pick up that vehicle. We have explored all the residential, and that was the only survivor house. There's a total of 2 sports cars here with pretty good parts. Part of me kind of wants to go ahead and consolidate those cars before we leave. Yeah, that's annoying. I actually kind of want that guy's backpack. That is a sprayer. It's a little heavy, but it can carry 16 liters of liquid. Any liquid. Technically one of the largest containers that is a closed container. What kind of parts does this bad boy have? Old tires, performance brakes, all 100%. Okay, yeah. Can't really take it back with us right now, but we can at least leave it at our safe house. feel like I might have more sports car parts than I'll ever need. No mods. No functional mods. There's one texture replacement mod. That is something to change the color of our backpack, because those are all fixed colors and I dislike them all. I got tired of force camo about 1,000 hours ago. Alright, and now we're out of Riverside. Looks like my truck was about to flip over for a second there. Wonder if taking turns hard enough would actually cause me to just straight up flip over. Alright, so if anybody joining was not here earlier, we have the entire vehicle, the State Trooper mobile here is completely full up. And also, this step van is completely full up. We are now returning to our main base in Fallis Lake with the step van. And then I can say that our activities in Riverside are about 80% concluded. What's left there includes Electromax Warehouse, which has got some things in it. If I somehow run out of like steel sheets, for example, there's a few metalworking and welding stuff there that I can. None of the high wear items, right? So we already extracted all things like welding rods and whatnot. So there's like second tier loot in the Electromax Warehouse. Paint of every color if I actually want to paint. There's some animals that nothing we don't already have, but there's animals. If I feel like having more sheep than I already have at Fallis Lake, I can come back here with a trailer, pick up a total of 5 sheep, I think now, depending on how many. Because I just added another to the group. Pretty quiet stream for a Saturday. Definitely not getting recommended as often by YouTube these days. Is there a river base behind the police station in Riverside? Not in this run, nope. In this run, we started in Riverside like I always like to do, but the theme of my current character is Dani the Drifter. She drifts between places a lot. We do need a centralized base, so we did build one out of the gas station in Fallis Lake. But it's not going to be like the kind of place that I always return to no matter what. I'll just be returning there as I need to. One of the only reasons we kind of have to build a base of some kind in B42 is if you want to engage with all the different skills, like blacksmithing, for example, which we just got to level 9 late at the end of last stream, you need to have a very well-supplied area with a forge and a furnace. So there is some sort of centralized basing required. I know that you can find an existing forge and furnace out there somewhere. I don't really care. I have to build my own on my own terms. I'm just like that. Never let the game tell me where to, well, most of the time. One could argue that I let the game tell me where to base when I decided to base in Riverside specifically to avoid zombie respawns. But zombie respawns don't happen anymore. They have been removed from default game settings. Now that I'm back in my base area, I'm actually probably going to just spend the evening cleaning up both my character and the vehicles. We'll get some water from the river, or from the lake rather, and then take a bath. We're already cold, and we only just started standing around, so this definitely is, it's definitely starting to get too cold for me to, just use this leather jacket. I'm gonna milk our cow into our fountain cups here. And we are going to take and bake all the eggs so that we don't have any more chicks hatching. I cannot support infinite chickens right now. Alright, lots of unloading to do. We're going to focus just on what we've got in our hands at the moment. We've got another tackle box over here. Combine the contents, whatever are relevant. Some lures and some bobbers here. Beautiful. I think we've lost the music. I'll go ahead and fire up my playlist here. I was wondering if it was going to come back on or not. You know what? I don't remember what happens if you put a fertilized egg into a carton. But I'm going to go ahead and put all these eggs into a carton. I never even looked at the annotated map that I picked up. I'm going to put away all the schematics that I've already read. Particularly enjoy the fact that the stove looks like it's still on, but it's definitely not. I let it run out intentionally this morning when I started the stream. We departed from here. I left it running, but it was the stuff that it was helping dry was close enough that by the time it ran out of fuel, it was already dry. For downstairs, yeah. For upstairs, nah. I mean, okay, so think about zombies and what they would do if they saw me in this area. So first of all, what would happen is they would hear my generator up top. That was probably what they would first do. Then they would try to get to it. What they would have to do is actually get to go through this path right here. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that if you look at the attack surface, there is about 50 things that they would get stuck slapping before they got to it. So that's part of the concern. The other part of the concern is we haven't had a zombie anywhere in Phallus Lake for well over a month now, and respawns are off. So I'm not saying that it's 100% secure or anything even close to that, but it is definitely not like it used to be. It used to be that you were constantly on the edge looking over your shoulder for respawns, but it's nice to not be doing that quite as much now. I picked up a couple of flags. 2 US flags. Yo, how's it going? I'm gonna put them up here. We always seem to get more stars and stripes than we do Kentucky State. How many time in my country? I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's currently 12:10 p.m. I was putting animal parts up here for now, as this is my carving / tailoring station up here. Yeah. It's hit or miss. And it all depends on whether they can see the player. If they can see the player, then they will attack whatever's in their way without really caring about what they're slapping. If they can't see the player, then they're far more likely to actually try to just walk towards something and find a path to it, find a path in. If I was really concerned, all I would need to do is park the truck down there in a catacorner sort of way so that it's blocking foot movement. But that would, in the current state, that would just be annoying to deal with. Going to clean a few leather strips here. Lots of stuff to read. That was one of the reasons I didn't remove a lot of that stuff. What is this? I don't know if I've ever been to this place before. I guess we're looking at the one with the heart on it and the little campfire icon there. Click on that, we get to the main map. Yeah, that looks about right. Where is that? Wow, all the way down there. That is Valley Station. I've never been down there before. I've driven around this many times. The reason I've never been here before is the dirt roads. After you're several months in, your dirt roads are covered with not just bushes and small trees, but the trees that are just big enough to block vehicles. We've already hit that threshold. We saw the first tree capable of blocking vehicle movement right around the 4-month marker. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack for sleep number 1 here. Curious if I can get cold indoors yet. Yes, I can get cold indoors yet, so I need to reassess my layers now. This jacket is probably no longer sufficient. We will swap it for one of the military jackets here. We're probably ready for whatchamacallit. Green camo. See, I do have some other things that are not green camo, but they all need to be repaired. I would really love to wear this black leather jacket here, but it's got a lot of holes in it. I gotta fix it first, and in order to fix that kind of the clothing, we gotta level it up first, level up our tailoring capabilities. Yeah, see, we got an urban camo jacket here. Hole is in the lower torso. I actually might go to Jametown. I might go to Jametown and see if there's an intact jacket of the correct color. Yeah, I might do that. For now, I'll go ahead and... This fedora had a hole in it. And it can't be repaired. That's silly. That's silly. I didn't even know that that could happen. That's going to be one of the reasons I got cold. I thought the fedora had insulation. And because of that, I thought that I'd... Yeah, no, with no insulation, going to bed in the cold with no hat on, that explains everything. So I'm going to place our new frog companion here, and he is going to wear the fedora now. Seeing as it is damaged and I cannot repair it. It is literally all fashion and no function now. Yeah, that's right. I got Pepe wearing a fedora. 10 out of 10, game of the year. It's not enough to have stuffed animals on my bed. They will be stuffed animals with hats. And now we just need to find something better to wear for ourselves here. Regular fedora, that's actually intact, but I think the color was too... Yeah, this fedora is too light. I need to have something that matches it, and right now there's nothing. So that's not an option. I don't need to have perfect matching things, but I need to have matching things. I could knit my own hat. Those come out to be like random colors though. We got a beanie, but it's light gray. Can I dye beanies? Supposedly. Yes. In that case, I know exactly what I'm dyeing it. We're going to fix up a red that matches the Shema there. Absolutely. To unequip it. Yes, now that I have it unequipped, I can dye it. So, if you want to dye clothes, you need 10 liters of water and then 200 milliliters of dye. We've got a few dyes somewhere here. I think it's on the floor here. Yeah, we've got a red and an orange. I was going to try mixing those to make the perfect orange that matches my favorite color of orange that my ugly face here is tinted with. But we've also got some other dyes. That is a pink dye right there. Did I put it in the shelf here? Yes, okay, so we've got white, we've got violet, we've got blue. I don't think we've got black dye, and that's going to be a problem. That is indeed going to be a problem. Damn. I'm going to just play around a little bit with the purple dye and see if we can get something... See if we can darken it a little bit. If maybe we can darken the red, but then get it so that it's still red as opposed to turning purple. Empty plastic bottle. And transfer some liquids. Let's start with like 50 milliliters of purple. And then like 100 of red. And I want to see what that looks like. That is very much magenta. That is like ridiculously magenta. Okay. I don't feel like investing any more red into that test. I'm gonna try blue instead of purple. No, I'm not. That's just gonna ruin more magenta, or that's just gonna be more. That's gonna be just a different shade of magenta. It's the fact that this is dark blue is what's making me want to try that. Do the same kind of thing here. 50 milliliters to start. And then 100 of red. Yeah, it's almost the exact same kind of thing. It's like 3 different shades of magenta there, but they're all really... It's all magenta at the end of the day. Okay, I don't think we have any route to get something dark or black, but what I would like to go ahead and do is see if I can make a good orange, because then an orange beanie wouldn't look bad at all. I'd wear an orange beanie right now. I've got an orange shirt to match it, even if I can't have the orange shirt visible right now. Now I'm going to do something slightly different here. Normally I don't do this. I'm just going to straight up add some of the red directly into the container for the orange here. And I'm going to do it at like... 10 milliliters at a time. Yeah, we're going to go real slow with this. That should be 50 milliliters there. I'm gonna try that. Yes, you can make custom dyes. You just gotta mix them very carefully. That feels like it might be perfect. A very vivid orange. I'm gonna get her something to eat real quick. We're just gonna make an egg and rabbit salad again, because we got plenty of that. Okay, we've got the dye. Now we just need some water. 10 liters of it. And as fate would have it, I leave buckets outside to get filled up with water all the time. So there's our 10 liters of water. Now with a crafting surface and sufficient distance from any of the incorrect dyes, we are able to dye our beanie. So here goes nothing. I'm picturing something nice and vivid for the orange here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I like it. I just wish that there was a jacket that I could dye to be the same color. Let me check the dye menu again here. Just look at all the possible items. Well, we could do a regular jacket. Hell, you could do a shell suit jacket now. Holy shit. Those are actually kind of a little too warm. We can also do hoodies. We could do hoodies. I could unironically wear a hoodie right now. Yeah. I might do that. I don't even know if I have a hoodie. Yeah, no, salad in this context is a very loose definition. We do have a hunting vest, too. This is, the hunting vest in this game, I've always disliked the shade of orange. It's a little too light for me. But if we compare the hat to the formal shirt that I'm wearing underneath it, I definitely like the hat better. The formal shirt is the orange dye that is unedited, right? So the orange dye that we used to have on the floor right here. It is definitely lighter. But we can't get away with just wearing the formal shirt anymore. I need a jacket of some kind. And I don't think any of these are hoodies in here. Even if there is a hoodie, there's a decent chance that it's going to be a damaged one that I just picked up for repair someday. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sleep, because I've been putting that off a little bit. A little bit of fog today. Yeah, you know what? The first thing I'm going to do today, I'm going to go check my neighbor's houses for clothes. There's probably some clothes over there that I've ignored. I'm very quick to ignore things like, you know, hoodies or regular jackets. It's almost never something that I can make room for in my equipment. Lori Pike, one of my former neighbors here. What's up, buddy? Shit. Stand by just a moment. Check my phone for something. I'm going to check something as well. Stand by. Sorry about this. Did I lose the webcam completely there? I think I did. Damn it. Alright, I'll have to restart the... Sorry about that, folks. There we go. Okay. I use my phone as a webcam, so of course when something comes up and I have to respond to something, that's it. Yeah. Set transparency. There we go. I think we've cleared, yeah, that's all the places we would find clothing in this house. Vine boom in the distance. I'm not going to be able to unhear that now. Every time the power goes out. I don't think I ever actually cleared the basement in this house. There's a hiking backpack in here all along. I'll check the basement in this house before we check the next one. It's a workout basement. I don't think I actually need workout gear now that I'm my character started at strength level 10, so. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, that is definitely moving up. Nice and slow. It's organic growth, so it takes time. Shad Lord. That is an unfortunate name. Well, no, I would absolutely be the kind of guy who'd be like, call me Mr. Lord. There's another beanie. Caffeine pills, kind of useless. They do things, they're nothing like what they used to be. Okay, well, I've checked the neighbor houses, and I have been thoroughly disappointed, and that's okay. It's Phallus Lake, so you can only expect so much. I will probably have to check my phone again in a minute here for any replies. Work troubles. I forgot we can't really put decorations on top of crates anymore. Crates are busted for some reason. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but the trophy just kind of disappears. The top of crates are not supposed to block things like that, but they do. Can I put it on top of the TV? I can. That's kind of funny. I think I'm going to do that. There's a leather coat here, but it is the kind that blocks your chest slot. Now, we can make our own hide hoodies, but those would require a larger hide, but not only that, but they I don't think you can dye them. Hide hoodie is technically best in slot because it comes with some native protections, but the insulation is rather insane. I should probably put my dyeing stuff up here somewhere. Add this animal care book to the collection here. That makes a full set of animal care books. Okay, yeah, I do have to check real quick. See if any action's required here. Damn it, and it cut the camera off again. That is freaking irritating. Like every time I unlock my phone, it decides that it wants to switch off of being connected as a webcam. I suppose I could just leave it unlocked. It's not like I'm leaving the area. But every time I gotta reconnect it, I've gotta do that. Anyway. At least excoriate the loot here. Except we can't. This container is full. It's been full for a while now. I think I need to just give up on these counters not being able to, whatchamacallit, move them without a chance of breaking them. I was wary of doing that, but honestly, we're not any closer to finding another copy, or finding a copy of Carpentry 5. We're pretty close to level 9 here. But we would still have to build quite a bit of stuff before we would get to level 10. Boring as it is, probably stacks of crates are the best way to go at this point. I don't think I have any spare crates right now, so we'll have to build them. Wait, can I make the welded crates yet? It is a basic crate. I need welding level 7 in order to make the best crate. And we have got quite a bit of work to do before we get to welding level 7. Oh, we've got a billion materials here. What if I just grinded my way to welding level 7? We've already read the book. I think I might do that. Because being able to make the metal crates, those have half as much room as a step van. They are quite chunky crates. I really don't like doing this method of leveling welding, but I'm going to pull apart a few steel sheets and put them back together. It's cheesy and it's a little gamey, but it works. It's gonna get the job done. Should have a mask on me, but I don't. That's because the backpack sprayer is in there. Fix that. They're better than wooden. They're a lot better than wooden. They are, wooden can only fit 3/4 as much as a metal crate at the craftsman level. Where was I? Would be left in here, yep, okay. Along with the kit that was supposed to be with me. Yeah, we're getting 100 welding experience every time we do this. It is easier to do it this way. I think 5 at a time. Because if I do one more, then that will wipe out that torch. Yes, then I can refill the torch. Okay. God damn it. Okay, that's good. See, this expends propane, but it does not expend welding rods. And I have noticed that propane seems to be significantly more plentiful than welding rods. So basically, we need to do this, what I just did. We need to do it... a little over 7 more times. Okay. Yeah, that's doable. That will expend about one entire tank of propane. One entire tank of propane, I think. Honestly, one entire tank of propane to get me from level 6 to level 7. That's not a bad ratio at all. About halfway there. Right, that was it for that propane tank. I think one of the coolest parts about welding and blacksmithing right now is that I can turn my empty propane tanks into more metal to weld with, given some blacksmithing steel to work with, and steel and what is it? Steel and charcoal. Building level 7. I can now make steel crates. Chance to break 15%. I have a 15% chance to break my own pottery table. That is... You know what? I need to reorganize this, so... Okay, we're good. I'm baffled that that was a thing to begin with. Yeah, that would be nice. See, the thing is, if you can produce propane, then you can produce modern gasoline. So you could take that thought one step further. What I would really like for us to be able to do is just be able to fire up the fossil oil refinery in Louisville. But that would require a lot of game development that is probably far beyond the purview of what the devs are currently interested in doing. Because the devs have shown that they are far more interested in man in the woods, return to monkey sort of stuff. So instead of trying to move this crate, I'm just going to make a new crate that's much better on the other side. Materials for which are 2 small steel sheets, 2 large, and some rods. And scrap metal. Believe it or not, right now, the thing that we're going to not have before anything else is scrap metal. As silly as that may sound. 273 experience for each of these crates we build. Yes, that is definitely something that would be cool to do. I might build another one right here and actually... Because you see, I need to be able to access the trunk of the truck and the contents of the pottery crate. So putting the pottery crate in that little corner behind the kiln there is actually probably what I should be doing. So I'm going to make another one, but it's okay, these can be moved, so I'm going to make another one and then just move the contents over one again. Out of torch there. So now, I can access the kiln, and I can reach both this crate and the trunk of the truck. Which is exactly what I need to be able to do. There's no easy way about this part. I'm going to have to just straight up empty everything in this wooden crate. and then fill it back up after I replace it with a steel one here. Alright, let's redeploy the pottery infrastructure now. Every once in a while when you drop a piece of furniture, it actually falls through the floor. I'll just have to try to remember that there's a crate there underground. It'll be a little bit past our bedtime, but productively so. If I put it like that... No. Well, actually, I could... No, I can't go around it. Hey! I didn't want to do that, but... Okay. As it was, then. It's annoying, but it works. Okay. That is... It doesn't look very organized, but it's actually optimal. That is actually an optimal arrangement right there. Okay, bite to eat, and then back to bed. We might get cold tonight. I'm gonna put on something warmer. I can't really afford to worry about color right now. Just gotta get warm. Did I put on long johns? No, I'm gonna put long johns on. That might actually get me over the top. The dreaded Q button. One could definitely say that it doesn't matter how long you play, you can always fall victim to the Q. These are my favorite jeans, so they must not get put in with anything else right now, lest I accidentally tailor them. We're currently wearing padded pants. That's a lot of extra insulation. That actually might put us over the top. I'm gonna see how that feels. If we get cold overnight, then we know it's not enough. That made me laugh. Competitive Project Zomboid player. I'm definitely competitive. I don't know who I'm competing with, but I'm definitely competing. Yeah, we didn't actually put on the long johns, and we still got a good night's sleep. Temperature upstairs fell below 40 Fahrenheit. I'm okay with this for now. It's not my best look, not by a long shot, but we'll deal with it. We are in the process of upgrading our storage infrastructure at very long last. I'll be putting some crates in the corner here. Geared back up. Gonna get enough materials to make 4 of those crates, and then I'm gonna be out of scrap metal of all things. We're going to put general crafting in the front there. So everything in this container can now go into the metal one there that is twice as big. Now, of course, over-consolidation will definitely make it so that this crate will fill up very quickly, and that's okay, because there's further separation we can do once we get a couple more crates put in. For now, having a quick drink of milk and then hitting the sack again. E key is broken. Oh man, that sucks. I have had to replace the S key and the D key on my keyboard here. It's probably hard to see, but nah, yeah, the camera's out of focus for close-up shots, but the S key was replaced by a spare X key and the hang on a second, AS, so S was replaced with a spare X, and D was replaced with a spare P from a different keyboard of the same type. The keycaps for this particular keyboard model are annoying to source. Some of our crops have reached the next stage of growth, but I don't think the hemp is anywhere near that. In fact, I don't even know. Let's make sure the hemp is still alive. Yeah, it's still alive. We actually haven't had rain for a couple days. Just out of abundance of caution, I'm going to water the hemp. The rest of the crops I don't really care as much about, unless we start getting into dry territory. Mostly what we're growing here is flax, winter wheat, rye, and barley. Wheat, rye, and barley kind of serve the same niche in Project Zomboid right now. Flax is where it's really at for tailoring. We will get so many materials to, once we finish harvesting the flax, we'll get so many materials that we'll have leveled tailoring twice over. 5-year-old laptop. Oh yeah, that laptops can be very hard to replace the keycaps too, because it's absurdly specific usually. Some of the rabbit meat is already going stale. I'm gonna go ahead and salad up the rest of it here. So both of these came out to be, well, I thought they were going to be both 30 salads, but one of them came out a little lower. These cooked eggs are variable in the amount of nutrition you can get out of them. But now, after moving that stuff, I can finally get rid of some of these shelves. Only a 15% chance to break, but that 15% chance to break is exactly why I haven't touched them yet. At this point, I'm okay with letting them go because I could make something much, much, much better now. So we did lose one of them, but again, I'm over it. Pretty over it. Level 8 carpentry, still a 15% chance. Pathetic. A beast, you say? Well, if you ever need it to be cleaned... Well, actually, I have no idea if they'll do this, just for anybody. I always figured if I needed something like, you know, cleaned, like just an ultrasonic cleaning or something, I could see if Rossman Repair Group would do it. Because I know they got an ultrasonic cleaner. I don't know if they'll just, like, you know, take a job where all the user asks is for them to do an ultrasonic cleaning. But there are some old motherboards that I own that I was actually going to try to see if they would do it. Because I know that Lewis, he's a YouTuber, if anybody's not familiar, and he owns a, whatchamacallit, a laptop repair shop. Although nowadays they almost exclusively do data recovery because it's just so hard to source replacement parts for things. But I do know that they have an ultrasonic cleaner, and that's usually part of their process, or at least it used to be. So one of the problems, and this is probably definitely a problem, is I'm sticking first aid and electrical into the same container, as well as variety tools and materials. And I can definitely do some better sorting there. So even though it looks like these containers are getting close to full, we still have options. And we definitely are going to exercise some of them. For example, spare tools probably should just go in this mail satchel here. A lot of this stuff. Yeah. The shipping is definitely going to be a big question. I'm willing to bet though that there's some Euro-based groups that are similar to Rossmann Repair that would take the job, but finding the right one is always it's always a challenge. Isn't it always the challenge? Okay, so now that we've gotten everything in this corner cleaned up, got a bag of accessories. Some of this is cookware. It needs to go over here. Jar lids, mugs, jars. Don't know if I'll actually be doing any jarring of produce, but we don't have anything to jar right now, so later if ever. This is where I remember finding these. We found some bright pink gloves, but they don't provide any protection, so they're not really something I want to be wearing around right now. I just found that amusing. So here's another slam dunk. I'll put one of my metal crates up here. That's a slam dunk, if I ever heard one. Yeah. I'm gonna start with animal parts. Also leather. Yeah, animal parts and leather, whether processed or not. I don't exactly have a use for these small knives. I had to make them for leveling my blacksmithing. So we'll just use it to make the animal part disassembly area a little bit more foreboding. Hairline fracture of a motherboard. Damn. That's terrifying. The most challenging thing I've ever had to do computer repair related has been I had a CPU with a a liquid cooler head that was stuck to it, and I didn't realize just how hard it was stuck to it. And I tried to pull the cooler off, and I ended up pulling the entire CPU out of the socket, and a bunch of pins got bent. I had to use a credit card to unbend the pins in the correct order. It was successful though. My whatchamacallit, my Neth server is currently running on that. So this the website that just loaded up my streaming service here, that's running on a CPU that had a shit ton of bench pins that I had to unbend myself. That was a resounding success. But all of my activities where I've attempted to solder something hasn't gone very well so far. Not yet. Still trying to put those skills together, as it were. I think that's fine to put the aramid thread in there, I guess. I want to keep the aramid thread separate where possible. Maybe I'll move the wheel one slot over here. It's actually okay to put the wheel in front of the window, because then I can just walk right through the wheel. The wheel doesn't block me. Anything you put in front of a window, you can walk straight through. It's one of the reasons we have our patented chair stair right here. Because if you put it in front of a window, it doesn't matter. You can walk right through it. Now, it does feel a little bit like it would be overkill to have another metal crate up here, unless I need it. Some of the stuff up here can go downstairs. Yeah, that's right. They're the guys. My guys, as it were. Yeah, I don't even know if I want these wooden chairs anymore. I'll put them out on the porch. That actually feels like an okay idea. You can't have your redneck simulator without a few chairs on the porch. I mean, hell, we have a massive porch out back here. See if I can't put the medicine cabinet over the... I can. I'm going to do that. Yeah, of course. Now it's full. I had a feeling. Okay. That's fine. We don't have to put things like bundles together. Bundles we can put up in cabinets. That is a lot more organized up here. Furniture that I don't know what to do with has a home too. All right, we're getting a little closer to being organized. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. We are going to need some more metal crates, though. Those are way too good for me to just give up on having a few more. But we need scrap metal now. Wait a minute. I didn't make a second crate upstairs, so we do have the ability to build one more. So I'm going to build the one more right here in this corner. Or am I? I need to establish a clothing container. I need to go across the street to get a few things to put clothing in. That's what I need to do. Because clothing is a lot easier to store if you put it in clothing racks and just let those clothing racks exist in the middle of the floor. If you do that, much better. Because you can walk right through them. It's already that time of day. It is currently 1:30 in the afternoon here, and my neighbor has started strumming the bass. Feels early, it really does. But time to deploy countermeasures. Tiresome, truly tiresome. A little bit of deep lore if anybody watching is not familiar. I have a neighbor who is trying to learn how to play the bass. God bless him. I wish he would try to do it without an amp, but he doesn't. So in order to not have to listen to him going all the time, I have to make my own noise to drown it out. Mission success on that. Yeah, vast majority of what we have here is clothing. I don't think I can put bulletproof vests on clothing racks, though. And I want to have a container for reading material, just in general. I don't know exactly where I would put it, but I want one. Also, this pottery wheel. If I just orient it slightly differently, then I can have an entrance here. Yes, I like that. Well, it's, again, like I said, I don't mind. There used to be a long time ago, this is like shortly after I moved in, there was somebody who was trying to learn how to play a brass instrument of some kind. It sounded like it could have been a trumpet, but I wasn't 100% sure. I never found out. But they didn't get loud with it. It was, I could barely hear it. Yeah, that was to their benefit, you know, and they did it at reasonable hours. That being said, this is a reasonable hour as far as daylight goes, but it's still annoying. Very, very annoying. Move furniture out of the corner here and into the furniture bin outdoors here. I think I'm gonna stop overthinking it and just put the crate, the book crate right here. Somebody just shot somebody. Basically, I want it to be so that pretty much everything that's left up here is either canned food, which is going to have its own containers at some point, or clothing, or in this case, spare furniture. Bags. I don't have a home for bags just yet. But I think that was mission success. Animal parts are supposed to be upstairs. Just gonna drop some of this stuff straight on the floor. Getting really close to being full on the electrical container here, but that is increasingly okay because we'll just we'll be able to start breaking down some of the electrical stuff in there. Damn it. I'm gonna have to move that freezer somewhere. It is definitely not in a good spot. The remaining stuff in this container is a spare coffee machine. I'm just going to leave that as an item on the floor here, over here somewhere. And then some unique decorations that we stole from Brandenburg. Put them on the outer gate. Oh, I can't rotate that. I won't put them on the outer gate then. I can't. I guess I could put them over here then. You're telling me I can't rotate these either. That is... okay. Alright then. Works for me. Alright, now we're going to go acquire some clothing racks, and that is pretty much all the rest of the backpacks on the floor right now are just full of clothes. Right across the street here we've got a convenience store that is going to have a few clothing racks in it. Never even parsed the clothing. So as you can see, you can walk right through clothing racks. That makes them very valuable for clothing storage back at your own base, because then you don't have to worry about where to place them, because you can just walk right through them. Okay, so this is probably another reason I didn't do this yet. 15% chance to break. Let's go. Okay. How about now? I hate this game so much. I would be carpentry level 10 a long time ago if I had just found the book, but I can't find the book, so we're not carpentry level 10. No chance to break the stand, thankfully. I'm gonna take both those. Those look pretty. Oh, a jacket. That is a colorable jacket. I might just start using that. Can't build under these stairs, and I'm very curious why. Is it because the other stairs are metal, I wonder? It doesn't cost me any... It doesn't cost me any scrap metal to build stairs, so I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna rebuild the stairs that I have here I'm gonna rebuild them as metal. For that, we go get our sledgehammer. Sledgehammer is upstairs, I think. A woman, you did not have to do that. Alright. For the stairs, we needed another torch. And then 4 steel rods, of which we have 5. And then 6 small sheets. So that's just half of these. So all we're going to do is delete the staircase that's here right now and replace it with metal. Because this gets us, well, this gets us welding experience, but it also... The fuck? Okay then, I guess I can't do that. That's awkward. That's really fucking awkward. Now I can't get to the second floor. Okay, we'll have to make a temporary staircase. I'm gonna use carpentry. I don't know why that didn't work. You know what? I think I have an idea now. When the devs place things, like, you know, the map designers, when they place things, they don't have to obey the same rules that players do in-game. So there may be something on the tile up there that's blocking, actually would block the placement of stairs, but because, you know, the devs who designed it are just using, you know, just using whatever the map tool is for this game, that doesn't matter to them. So, silly, but that's how we're doing it. I'm just gonna have to go upstairs and find out exactly what it is that's blocking it. Worst case scenario, I'll just delete another floor up there. Provide me with a good time. Replacing of upper floor block. I doubt it, but I can't even rule that out. Just get all the extraneous stuff out of my inventory real quick here. Alright. Just put the sledgehammer on my back. I usually want to do that because it weighs so much. Nails. We're going to need 13 planks, so that's an entire offhand bag here. Something that sometimes bothers me is every time you build a staircase, a floor spawns at the top. So where would I be okay with a floor just spawning? I can always delete it, but I'm going to have the free floor. I might as well take the free floor. One of the reasons I never built an outer wall out here is because I never decided if I want to actually maybe make it a little wider out here before building a wall. Maybe I will. yeah, I'll leave that. Oops, lost my light. Alright, let's go up there and find out what was blocking us. Jimmy's, how's it going? We are doing some interesting things today. Finally get my base set up with storage system and everything. And then we ran into a snag trying to replace my staircase. Oh, I see what it is. I see what it is. Okay. The corner tile here. This thing. I believe it is this thing that's blocking me. Because it was the thing that was blocked that shouldn't have been blocked was this tile right here. So I think it's this. So I'm going to go downstairs and try again. Would you look at that? Now we can do it. That was about 200 welding experience. Fantastic. And it looks like nothing else about the second floor has changed. We can still traverse straight through the drying racks there. It was just a little corner of the banister up there. That's all it was. Quite pernicious. I never would have predicted that. Let's go ahead and leave sludge for there. And I think we're done welding for the immediate moment until we find some more. We're going to need more scrap metal if we want to build any more of those big grates. I love them. I would build more right now if I had the scrap metal. But scrap metal is one of those really fucking annoying things. Just like iron pipes. For some godforsaken reason, blacksmithing has no capability of producing it. So I can't take this entire cauldron full of iron here, or this crucible full of iron. I can't do anything with that to make scrap metal. I can't do anything with that to make iron pipes. There's gaping holes in the crafting system right now. I would complain a little less about it if it wasn't for the fact that those gaping holes have been there from the very beginning. The moment blacksmithing was introduced, they were there, and nothing has been added since. My theory was correct. It was, in fact, metal staircases specifically have no clip properties. So if I put my clothing racks under the metal staircase here, it looks a little silly, but we can walk right through it. I'm here for it. I like it. That's probably a bug, all things considered. That is probably a bug, and I'm not that mad about it. If it gets removed someday, then so be it. In any case, I do not have enough containers to put things like, I won't be able to, like, color code my containers. Probably. Maybe. Let me start with blacks and whites. That's an easy win. Blacks and whites. Oh, now that's interesting. Can I not access the... I can. Okay, I just can't click on it. Gotcha. Alright, so blacks and whites will go in the stand on the front here. I have a tendency to pick up lots of blacks and whites because shades are easier to make things match. I'm mad that I can't put bullet bandoliers into these containers. Basically, I'm going to have, like, blacks and whites, and then non-blacks and whites that I'm more likely to wear, and then everything else. Or maybe, I don't know, I don't really... I'm not going to act like I'm that obsessed with sorting clothing right now. I just need to get a home for it that isn't a bunch of garbage bags on the floor. That's the most important thing right now. Oh, military. We'll do military in the middle. And everything else city in the far back here. I can put bulletproof vests onto these, which is cool. I probably won't, though. These are only 65 each. I will fill them up instantly if I start putting bulletproof vests onto them. Oh man, I wish I could show off my previous base. We had a fashionista, doesn't even begin to describe it. It was glorious. I'm still proud of it, even though it's just long gone. It is only because this character is decidedly not going to be a long-term baser in any one location, anywhere near like I was in Riverside. It's only because of that I won't be. Oh, I can't put the. Okay. This jacket needs to go upstairs because it's the subject of dyeing operations at some point. Technically speaking, bulletproof vests are all tailoring items. So I actually should be consolidating bulletproof vests into the tailoring area upstairs too. But it is also bedtime, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack once here. Alright. There's yet another garbage bag emptied out. I think both of these hats are black. Yeah, that one and that one, they're both shades of black. Actually, long johns. Those go in blacks, or black and white. Black and white is what the corner container is going to be. Perfect. That is also a black hat. That would be my third. That is technically a black bandana. It's not the best shade, though. I'm very glad about this. We've been able to maintain, none of these are at risk of immediately filling up, and yet we've been able to get all of our clothing into them. That is very good. And that's just about it. Yeah, that's just about it. Got this formal shirt here, and then... yeah, okay. These spare fishing hooks were supposed to go out here into the fishing bin. So we found a fishing rod, but it didn't have line. And at long last, we've united it with some line, so... How do I add line to the fishing rod? Can I even? Oh, I don't have the recipe. Okay. I guess I gotta... Oh, you might learn how to fix a fishing rod from the, I think the TV show might teach you how to do that. In any case, I can't do it yet, so... Maybe I'll go back and watch the TV show at some point. For now, that's in there. So we're only an hour late for bed. I've done much worse. Possibly, yeah. I don't remember if I even ever saw the first episode of Exposure Survival. That sounds like another reason to go in the Muldraw direction. Muldraw has the videotape store, among many other things. These bottles of dye are going to go upstairs. All of them. Like, I think I can actually put, like, what is that, another 2 or so boxes of 38 Special into my bandolier here. 2.5. That's too close, it won't fill up. Put it out here. I think he stopped. Excellent. Some loose ammo for the loose ammo god. I'm going to want to read all those magazines at some point here. In fact, no better time than the present. I'm going to put on my reading glasses and sit in a comfy chair and get everything that I have here read. Every single one of these weapon plans are just all over the place. I have no idea what I have and what I don't have, so I'm just going to read them all. It's a little bit of time expenditure, but who knows when I might run into something actually really cool. Yeah, the, whatchamacallit, if you want to watch a VHS, you need a Value Tech or Premium Tech TV. Here we only have an antique TV. That is correct. It has to actually be called reading glasses. I don't know what the actual effect is. I do know that there is an effect of some kind. I want to say it's like 5%, but I don't, I have no idea. I know it's not like extremely profound. Like you'll be able to get the job done without them, but it won't happen as fast. I've just been putting all magazines into this container of every single variety. That will fill up eventually, if not relatively soon. Yeah, it's this game is very poor at explaining itself. I'm pretty sure that those bonuses I just described, the reading bonuses, I don't think those have ever been talked about in patch notes. I think they've just been quietly added at some point, and nobody ever even documented it. Left hand not knowing what the right is doing and all that. Oh yeah, I mean, I take slow reader for the points, and I'm totally okay with it, but I will always welcome counters to that. I actually forgot there was another garbage bag here. It was hidden behind the fire truck. Pretty much everything goes in here, except for newspaper and rude letter. Basically, the criteria is if it gives me something, some sort of skill, some sort of happiness, some sort of something, and it's not a picture or a skill book, it goes in here. That is, I know that's absurdly specific, but it kind of makes sense. To me, at least. Always got to work with what makes sense to you when you're doing a storage system. all loaded magazines go into the expedition vehicle, whichever one that ends up being. In this case, the expedition vehicle might end up becoming the state trooper truck right there. Because even though the state trooper truck will have a little bit less storage in it, it's more or less equal to an ambulance, except for the fact that you can't get into the trunk from the cab. Like, basically, that is the only major difference. Let me also check the horsepower, because the ambulance is 490 horsepower. This thing is 480. Okay, so the ambulance has 10 more horsepower and the ability to access the trunk from the cab. But otherwise, the amount of storage space you get in the trunk is the same, and everything else is going to be the same. Has a light bar, has 2 seats in the cab and whatnot. So it's basically what that means is the state trooper mobile is the closest thing I have to an ambulance, despite the fact that I have a couple of D6 fire trucks here. The fire trucks do not have as much storage space. Yeah. Well, I mean that in terms of EMS vehicles, I do not currently have anything with a light bar that can access the trunk from the cab. Right now, the only thing that I have that can access trunk from cab is the step vans here. Regrettable. I would absolutely love the ability to just take that bull driver and, like, you know, cut a hole in the back of it. You know, if I'm a welder, I should be able to do that. But, I can't have everything, can we? You know what? Now that we have a cooler crate here, we can actually put things on top of it. And it doesn't look quite as bad. So all of our spare handles can get put on top of the crate now. Much better. Just a couple of guns to sort through, and then a couple of knives, and then we put the die in the belt upstairs, and that is everything 100% sorted. We don't have a crate for weapons yet. We will soon. And then we will put the, you know, spare hatchets, spare axes, spare knives. And then also, we've got bags full of cans here. We'll need a counter for those. Okay, I have to step away briefly, IRL. I won't be gone too long. While I'm doing that, I'm going to have her rip up the belts that we have stashed here. You guys may notice every once in a while I see a zombie or I see a belt in the closet, I'll pick up the belt. Belts are basically just a free buckle and clean leather strip. So by cutting up these 16 belts, we get another full stack of leather strips. It's great. That's going to take a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and queue that up, and I will be right back. One moment. Alright, so I'm back. Man, can you imagine if I had to play multiplayer and I couldn't fast forward? My ability to do things in bulk would just suck. Now I'm going to try dyeing that jacket using the same container of dye that I used on my hat. Because I would actually wear that if I could. Now I just need some water. Oh, looks like we got another bucket back here. Alright, let's see how this comes out. Oh, hell yes. It's a little bit lighter than the hat. That, I guess I should have anticipated. Now, the cool thing about that, though, is we do have a little bit of the dye left over. So I can add some white to it. And then re-dye the hat and make it a little lighter. But otherwise, I love it. I didn't realize that this thing had a hole in it. We got a hole in the upper torso at some point. Huh. I have no idea when that happened. I don't think it was like that when we found it. I'm going to hold on to the current beanie. I'm going to put it in the cabinet here. And I'm going to get another beanie that I had here. We're going to dye that. Just going to try like 50 milliliters to start. It only costs 0.2. 0.2, so that's 0.2 of a liter, that's 200 milliliters. That's all it costs to dye clothes. Got some more bucket out here. Oops. Just gonna mean to drop my machete. Alright, let's see if this hat is gonna come out a little lighter. Oh shit. I might have started... I almost used the white dye. I'm gonna drop the white dye over here. Glad I cut myself off. There we go. So theoretically, this should just be a little bit lighter now. And it's also a little bit more desaturated. But you know what? I don't dislike it. I think that's a pretty good match. I like it. I really do like it, but now I'm questioning. See, another problem is it's a fundamentally different texture from the jacket. The jacket is like a very, how should I say, not like perfect texture, but it's a really, it's like there's less. I can't really explain it. There are other hats that we can, Ooh. I'm gonna try that exact same thing on a wool hat. Because, a wool hat is gonna come out pretty much similar to a beanie. I'm gonna try, I'm gonna back and forth this, see if the previous beanie I think is definitely, yeah, it's just richer. It's just richer. The new beanie is just a little bit desaturated. So I'm just gonna put the new one away. It didn't quite come out the way I wanted it to. I'm gonna add a little bit more orange and red to the dye that we had working there so that it gets more color back into it. I'm gonna do like 100 of both. That feels better. I'm just going by feels here. I don't know. I'm not going to like fire up Photoshop right now and start A/B testing. I'm going to go out and shear the sheep if I can. I don't know if the sheep will have grown any wool. It's been a few days, but I mean, you know, it probably takes way more than just a few days. I think the Rambouillet does have a little bit. That's all I need. One piece of wool. Beautiful. Yeah, I love it. That's one of my favorite parts of this game right now. To be entirely honest, the liquid mixing system is one of the things that actually put me over the line when it comes to enjoying this game. Little niche things like that. Because I mean, you know, never underestimate the value of standing around looking awesome. I'll always attribute Metzon's quote because it's always relevant. So we just got 1 unit of raw wool from a sheep. I'm going to spin that into yarn. And then I'm going to use the yarn to knit a beanie. Or no, sorry. A wool hat. Beanie is level 1, wool hat is level 2. And I think the wool hat takes the color better. Because we were able to get some really rich colors out of a wool hat. I'm also going to take off this tank top because I'm actually starting to sweat now. Just going out there running back and forth, that was enough to make me sweat. The tank top is a completely optional layer, so I do not have to be wearing that. Alright, here goes nothing. It does look like the wool hat has a similar shade to the, or similar darkening. Yeah, it's a little darker. It's okay. It does not have to be perfect. I mean, to be entirely honest, I might start sweating again. I might just go back to a black hat for now. I mean, or, what about, I still like that. I really do. I still like the fact that the fire department hat is an okay-ish similarity to the Shema, but then I've got the white, and the white kind of favors along with the machete I'm rocking right now. When the machete and the metal baseball bat weapon are gone, it'll be a little harder to make the fire department hat work, but I'm going to try this for now. It's also the simple fact that it might be a little too warm outside for a wool hat or a beanie. I do like it. I would kill for a Shema that was a perfect match for the red, but it's close enough. Before we go to bed, I'm going to go ahead and empty the drying racks. Should have done that a while ago. What we've acquired is a mix of crude and furred rabbit leather. So the furred rabbit leather we can actually use to craft some specific clothing that actually still has animal fur on it. Probably a furred hat of some kind, maybe. So it looks like we have a total of 6 leather that is not yet processed. I don't yet know what kind of leather I want to turn that into, so I'm going to just leave it here for now. I'm going to let the results of tailoring activities with the furred versus crude decide whether we stick with that or not. You can't send me $2 right now, so it's a moot point. Do I want to... I don't think I have anything to read at the moment. Put away... Some stuff I'll put away downstairs. I'm just about to go to bed, so I was just looking for a way to pass the next hour. I definitely need a trash can to deploy somewhere. Oh, well, that's not a good spot. put one back here, maybe. About 3,100. Yeah, I'll top up the generator and then hit the sack. Don't have a solid place to put these shears. They're supposed to be out there by the animals somewhere. Emphasis on somewhere. I've been putting off trying to empty the vehicles for a while now. I'm going to be out this way. Might as well do that. So there's our second spare premium tech generator. We do have a third at Riverside. But that's going to stay there until we're completely done with the Electromax warehouse. Oh, we have some scrap metal in here. That is perfect. That's wondering what I did with Knox Distillery. Try not to step on it. We're definitely not obeying any OSHA standards here. But you know what? It's out of the way and it doesn't block movement. It's good enough for me. That's right there. I'll leave the shears up there, it's fine. If I put the shears in with the gardening stuff, that's close enough to animal care, isn't it? Works for me. What color bandana is that? Oh, that's a white bandana. Neat. I actually forgot I had that. If I happen to find a country club hat that's all white, then that is that'll be a perfect match for that. I can put these military bulletproof vests up top now, because that's where tailoring stuff goes. That hunting knife needs to be reforged. Putting it back into the forge area here. Ah. So we only have 2 police bulletproof vests. That sounds low. I've probably got more stashed somewhere else, but we've got a total of 7 of the military vests. Yeah, he's off and on today. There you go. Take that. And attachments. Guns themselves. Something to do with this green light bulb. Why not? It's actually a little obnoxious, but I'll deal with it. And that's everything out of the trunk of the step van. Never tried building a gate with a worn iron pipe before. I'm just gonna do that and see what happens. I don't think it'll actually cause any problems, but only one way to find out. Nightmare. I need a bookshelf next to my bed so that I have reading material to shut the annoyance up. Could put regular magazines there. I mean, hell, I could probably burn off some stress by reading, rereading skill mags that I haven't. It doesn't look like it worked. Given enough time, and rereading skill mags is a way to, just as good as a regular magazine. Be this crossword, how about that? Looks like we're gonna have fog today. Lovely. I You know, I have no idea. I want to say you can repair planks with wood glue, but I don't know that either. I've never tried. I mean, if planks count as a weapon, then duct tape or wood glue might work to repair them. We now have 24 loaded JS14 magazines. Slightly higher level in aiming, and I feel comfortable using one of those. My current level, I do feel like I'd probably be wasting a number of shots. To about a dozen M16s in total. Bro, you don't want to install a forge and a furnace in your safe house. Interesting. That I actually thought that would be exactly what a safe house would be for, personally. Fair enough. That sounds like something you could staple onto the side of your safe house. Give it some proper flooring and some proper things to go with it. Luke got buffed. Don't know if you... some things got buffed for sure. I mean, the fact that we found a dozen M16s when my previous characters startled to just find a few. Yeah, that definitely got buffed. No question about it. Let's make that 25 magazines of JS14. I'm here for it. We make a baseball bat saw blade weapon at some point here when we use up our current one. Okay, everything at base is finally sorted. And now, of course, we're in the middle of a fog storm. That's going to take a little while to clear up. I think we have enough empty rods, or empty torches here. 5 empties and 3 partials. I think that is going to use up most of this tank, if not all of it. It used up all of it, and we've got 1 torch that's like 9 out of 10 uses. That's really funny. Just gonna go ahead and drop used propane tanks back here somewhere for now. I'm gonna get a container for just metal that's meant to feed the forges. And a little bit long past the point where we should disassemble this. It was just temporary. So since the State Trooper truck is going to be my new primary, I'm going to have to remove the contents of the Black Step van and put it into the State Trooper mobile here. Get it a new window. I'm pretty sure there's one over here. Yeah. I think this one is going to go back to being my ammo van next. One of them. I thought there was a tactical rifle. There's the rest of those bulletproof vests I was thinking of. Okay. Well, we got homes for everything in here now, so that is perfectly fine. Got too many of these. I'm just going to use this one as a decoration. Of course, we got fog. It's not going away until like 1300 hours or later. Very annoying. We got all day fog. 100% all day. If it wasn't going to be gone by now, then it's not going to be gone for the rest of the day. Rather irritating. But we've got an expedition vehicle loaded up now. Very nice. And there we are, tired at 1500 thanks to the stupid nightmare. That's alright. We weren't going to be doing anything anyway in this fucking pea soup ass fog. Nasty fog. Not a fan of it. I don't like it. She actually filled up the whole thing. Very nice. Nothing left to milk, so I'll just give her a pet. Milk is once again on tap. I'm only going to put 20 in these. I just know it's going to rain in a couple days. And if it doesn't, well, it's still going up. It's going up far enough. I will run out of water over here if I try to water them all to 100. There's no need. Yeah, it's beautiful. Definitely a couple of books here that I can read. I'm going to focus on just what's in front of me for now. Where is glassmaking? I haven't even opened the set yet. I'll call the evening news. Just catch the tail end of this book. Hopefully we'll have better weather tomorrow morning. Probably actually finish it before we have to go to sleep. Yep. Okay. Great. We get our foot in the door for glass making. I need a few more crucibles if we're going to do glass making. It's probably something I could do before we hit the sack here. That is going to be the pottery bench. But we can't do crucibles yet. We need to get a level in pottery first. I'm going to make a few bowls. It's an easy win. Easy. Super easy. I can do small ceramic crucibles and regular. I'm going to do a couple of small ones here because I think the small ones are better for glass making. And then we just stand in front of the kiln while we have access to the trunk of the truck and the crate. And we can fire everything that we just put together. So put the empty crucibles into the truck here. And the bowls, we can put those upstairs maybe. Doing more brain tan maybe. Who knows? Who cares? We'll figure out a use for them. Time. Fucking nightmare. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. Actually, that we got 2 hours of sleep there. That's close enough. So we can do broken glass 6 at a time, so I can only do 2 of those. Two ceramic crucibles filled with molten glass. Level 1 glass making doesn't give you, like, anything. We can make glass panes, and that's about it. They've bumped up the level of some of these. That's fucking annoying. It's not like glass making has a lot of options. So I guess we're making glass panes. Not like there's any other options. Let's, we're gonna need some sheet molds for that. Ceramic sheet molds. That's gonna be at the press. No? Maybe the table? Yeah. So that's just 3 clay. Let me open up the remaining clay sacks that we haven't opened yet. So we've got about 17 clay to work with then. Just gonna do one of those. Oh great, standing still is enough to get me cold now. That's okay, yeah. We're in that phase then. I don't remember if these were one-time use molds or not. I'm gonna hope that they're not just one-time use. No, okay, good. So I only need to make like 3 of those to get the first level. So, well, maybe a little more than 3, because we just got 24 experience and we need 75, so looks like 3 more then. 1, 2, and 3. Let's make it level 1. I don't think that unlocked anything. No, it didn't fucking unlock anything. We got to do that again to get to glass making level 2. Then we get up. We can do a drinking glass, and that's it. So glass making is we're doing it because it gets us to jars, and I'd like to be able to make jars. Not extremely essential. It's why I waited so long for it. We are gonna run out of glass before we get there, though. I'm gonna try to sleep again because we just got fatigued overnight, and we should not be getting fatigued overnight. So I'm gonna try to sleep again, and then we're gonna have to do our 3rd sleep. Another game will let us. Fucking goddamn, twice in a row. This shit's getting really tedious. Okay, let's go get rid of the stress. God damn it. I don't even know where that leaves us in terms of sleep. too cold. Standing outside, we're just too cold. I'll try putting on a long john layer or something like that. I know that as soon as I start running around during the day again, I'm going to start sweating again. And then I'm going to take them off. And we're just going to keep that vicious cycle back and forth. So we only need to make, what was that, a total of 10 glass panes to get from level 1 to level 0 to level 2. We still have a little bit of glass left, but it doesn't matter because we're not using it yet. We need to read the book. So at least we got a book to read now. Here's hoping we don't get more fog again tomorrow. If we get fog again tomorrow, I'm gonna be disappointed. Disappointed with a hard D. Capital D. All right. Really should just get my chicken coop set up. Because then every time I have a nightmare, I can go pet a chicken, and that deletes a little bit of stress. You know what? I'm going to save the next part of the glass making journey. I'm going to save that for when we're bogged in with bad weather again. Take a couple salads out of the freezer to eat. So, retrofitting this outdoor bathroom here into a chicken coop. That means we need to remove some things. What is my tactic with clothing? Okay, so this game has a different number of slots. A kind of an absurdly complex number of slots that you can put clothes onto. What you want to pay attention to with clothing is your insulation levels, and you want to make sure that your head, neck, and chest are not too insulated while you're putting out a lot of body heat. Right now I'm just running around a little bit, and I'm spending a lot of time standing still. So I recently went inside and put on some long johns, and that enabled me to get a lot more insulation, so I don't have to worry about. But what I was bitching about after I put them on is that I know that if I start running around a lot now, I'm going to start getting hot and sweating again. And I generally want to avoid sweating too much if you are able to do so, because sweating means you're just wasting water. Your body doesn't process water as efficiently if you're constantly sweating it out. But then when it comes to clothing, what I really care about more than anything is making sure that I don't restrict my movement. So movement speed penalties, combat speed penalties, for the headgear, vision, and hearing impairment. Those are all things I do not want. So clothing for me is just kind of a journey of getting as much body protection without trading off too much insulation or any of those other trade-offs I just described. And the options available to you will get better over time. That's one of the many reasons we're leveling tailoring. Right now I'm wearing things like a Hawaiian shirt, a formal shirt. Where's the t-shirt as well. So there's like 3 underlayers. All of those are platforms that you can attach leather strips to at some point. I'm waiting until I'm higher level tailoring before I even bother with that, because level 4 tailoring is almost negligible, and I'm just gonna have to take them off afterwards. It's a waste of leather strips. So I'm not even going to bother with those yet. But someday, when I have tailoring leveled all the way up, which will probably be after we get a harvest of our flax up there. See, the fact that I'm growing flax, that's a part of my tailoring and clothing regimen, as silly as that might sound. I need to build troughs for the chickens. So this be my chicken coop here, and then we put... for chickens do not consume a lot, ever. So I'm just going to put a long wooden feeding trough for food. I'm going to fill this up, and that's it. If I fill this up with food, they will never starve for the rest of my character's lifetime. I'm going to do a small wooden feeding trough, 2 of them for water. Do I have some OP clothing items I suggest to look for? Tailoring leather, no, there's no negatives to put leather strips on clothing. There are no negatives. When it comes to OP, there's OP is really hard to... There's nothing like super OP. Leather pants are best in slot. There is no comparison. And they're pretty... so the baseline protection, 20% bite, 40% scratch. Basically, there's nothing better than leather pants on the pant slot. Boots come in many forms, and they all have 100% bite scratch. I don't know if any of them are actually quieter or more durable than others. Some of them have lighter insulation, but your feet are not exactly a point of venting heat. So insulation on your feet is like, it's kind of a meme. In real life, you want to keep your feet warm, but at the same time, it's not like, yeah, you're not gonna be causing problems with that. So, medical scrubs is something that I like to have for summer. Medical scrubs is, for some reason, the lightest insulation long sleeve item. So for specific layers, right? So the long sleeve shirt layer, medical scrubs best in slot in my argument. Leather pants for the pants slot is best in slot. T-shirt, there's different types of t-shirts, and this is where you get into the real deep minutia. There are different types of t-shirts. Some of them are lighter insulation than others. Find a lighter insulation variant and make that your t-shirt. Hawaiian shirts are one of the very few things that can go on the there's a separate shirt from the t-shirt slot layer that you can put a Hawaiian shirt on. You can actually select Hawaiian shirts to spawn in now, so the one I'm wearing right now is one that I spawned in with, so I didn't have to think about that ever. Hoodies, best in slot for that last character was the hide hoodie. You can tailor that. I have never found a hide hoodie, so if you're talking about specifically things to make through tailoring, a hide hoodie is one that is actually like best in slot as far as I'm aware of. But the insulation for a hide hoodie is almost always way too high to be running around in. I have never been able to set up a low enough amount of insulation on the rest of the body for a hide hoodie to actually work. I've always ended up sweating when wearing one, so hide hoodies it just doesn't... There's a small niche, that's about it. Maybe if you're playing a game mode where the weather is intentionally colder, then it could possibly get on vanilla. That's the only thing I could ever imagine. Firefighter clothing is a trap. It makes you fight slower, it makes you run slower, and the insulation is so high that you're going to be sweating almost all the time. The only time I would ever wear firefighter gear is as pajamas, right? Like, so let me say I put my gear in the washing machine and do a laundry cycle. Then I'd go put on something like maybe a firefighter jacket, firefighter pants, or coveralls or something like that, because the sheer amount of insulation that they provide means that I can just not worry about other slots, and I'll still be warm. So, yeah, it's what you use it for that matters more than anything. I don't need to build anything else for the chickens here. They'll be fine with this. So I can put the rest of these planks away. Said I can put the rest of these planks away. I don't know how the devs fucked up place item, but they fucked up place item, and now it's just constantly not working for reasons unknown to man. Sure, no problem. Always happy to spread the niche knowledge on that shit, because that's pretty damn niche. It's about as niche as it gets. Gonna drain the toilet and sink in here into the feeding apparatuses. I don't know why I'm more than one. Oy. Never drink toilet water, but animals don't know the difference, do they? So now we get to roll the dice and see if I can make either of these water fixtures survive. Regardless of your levels, there will always be a 25% chance to break. Nope. Broke it. Success. Alright. Maybe someday we'll have a plumbing skill, and that'll determine whether we can successfully pick up something like a toilet or not. Today is not that day. Yeah. No, Kraken, it's funny you should say that. That reminds me, I have a fucking crate on the floor right here. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to put that up over here because I have the feeling I'm going to need to store more furniture in it later. At this point, I'm going to go and fill some more gas cans in the river. Not the river, sorry, the lake out there. We need, that's for one right there, and then we need one more. Try my early game strat. Yeah, hopefully it works out. There's some strats that are rather specific to the looted and trash mechanic, but I think regardless of population levels, it'll probably apply. Ooh, these trees are going to get annihilated soon. I'm about to go get the wood axe. chicken coop. Alright, now to just bring the chickens down here. Well, actually, we've got a whole bunch of grass on the floor outside here. Really? That's it? I swore I had more than that. I'll barely fill a fraction of this thing. Suppose we're going to cut a little bit more grass. Then. Scythe is up top here. Before I forget about it, this sledgehammer needs to be in my expedition vehicle. Fried chimkin. And there's that beautiful, stupid little fucking sun icon up top there. And that means take off the fucking long johns. But next thing you know, I'm going to stand still for a little while, and then it's going to be a little snowflake icon. It's fucking irritating. It's this time of year. It's just always happening this time of year. It's just barely cold enough to always make sure that you're going to get chilly if you stand still. But then you put on a few layers, and you're sweating buckets. It's almost below freezing outside, by the way. Doesn't matter. It's not how this game works. I have come to truly fucking despise that stupid little sun icon almost as much as the sad emoji face whenever you get a little depressed. Alright, the chickens will go their entire lives without ever eating all the way through that. Now all that's left to do is actually move them in. Easy enough. Now, one of the most useful things about animal care is that once you have your animals to the point where they trust you, all you got to do is hit Q and they will come when you call. So, how do I get all the chickens in here at once without running in there and tripping over them all and gathering them hand by hand, one by one? Just open up the gate while the trailer is right next to the gate, and then hit Q to shout.
Hey!
Now, of course, that means all of the animals are coming.
Hey!
So while they're here... Damn it. The chickens wander quickly.
Hey!
Damn it. They're crowding me. I can't... There we go. Now, there's a problem going on right now over here that I do not want to be a thing in my hen house. There's a rooster. And the rooster needs to not be in there fertilizing all the eggs, because otherwise I'll have an overpopulation of chickens. Like this thing right here. I don't even know if it's male or female. It is... It's male, so I have to go kill it. Well, you know what? I'll leave it here. I'll leave it here, and when it grows up, it can fight its dad there for the privilege of being the one male in the arena here. Prefer the old icon with the arrows. Well, I mean, I prefer the icon not appearing because the problem shouldn't be there. This characters get a little too sensitive to small changes in temperature and insulation. Body heat gen is just a little bit overrepresented in the feeling department, how your character feels. I don't know of any other game that actually models body heat generation. Almost every other survival crafting game that I can think of off the top of my head that even bothers doing insulation, just not many of them, it doesn't even factor in body heat generation. And that's not the worst thing in the world. Body heat generation absolutely is a significant factor. But, I don't know. Basically, if you want to have your animals come when you shout, all you have to do is spend a few days within close proximity of them. So I'm parked this close, I can right click and hit remove, and they'll be right here in the animal's zone. So now whenever I need eggs, I walk outside into the hen house here, and I get eggs. Anytime I have a nightmare, I walk out here to the hen house, and I pet a chicken. Easy peasy. They've got enough food and water in there to last them for God knows how long, probably forever. I will be truly impressed if I ever... Well, okay, so they've got 100 liters of water. That is something they might go through someday. I may have to refill their water once or twice. but threaten me with a good time. I'd set it and forget it is what I'm all about here. Wherever humanly possible. See, a perfect scenario would be a hen house that is actually on top of the water. I did that with my riverside base because my riverside base is built in the Ohio River. But if I were to build like a hen house on the little lake here, it would be too far away from my main base. So I wouldn't be able to just, you know, run outside and grab some eggs or run outside and grab pet a chicken. It's alright. Now there was one fertilized egg that I saw, maybe more than one. I'm gonna go ahead and leave the fertilized eggs in here, and I'll check on the chicks when they hatch, and if there are any males, we will have to wipe them out. Actually, probably should have just left the fertilized eggs out at the other area, but it's alright. All the rest of these are not fertilized. These days, I almost always just straight up cook the eggs after I harvest them from the hen house. That way, when I add them to recipes, they are more useful, or they add a little bit more nutrition. Alright, 1,600 hours. We don't have a lot of daylight left to work around here. Let us... How fast do they grow into chicken dinner? It's been slowed down. I don't know exactly what it is anymore because the devs have, as of 42.15 or 16, I can't remember which, they increased the amount of time it takes for animals to grow. So, I actually have no idea. It used to be like a couple of months, maybe. Now I expect probably half a year. I'm gonna build another crate for canned food. And that's where all these cans that I've collected here are going to go. So only perfect axes are going on the floor in this arrangement. So I know that if I need another firefighter axe for anything, I come up over here and there's perfect ones on the floor waiting for me. This one goes in my field kit in the van. And this one just needs a handle. There's a part of me that wants to put a wood axe in there. No. Firefighter axe is too much of a multi-tool, while the wood axe is only good against trees. In my case, firefighter axe is basically just a backup weapon. Alright. We can pack another carton of 556 here. Tend to find a lot of boxes of those. You know, I wonder if the padded pants are what's causing me to overheat. Those are really, really, really high insulation. I'm going to take those off for now. Jeans are the exact same level of protection, but lower insulation, and they match just as well. So there's 18:30, and we are tired officially. I'm going to go ahead and read for the rest of the night so that we can see what the weather's going to be like tomorrow. Something is watching you that you never see. Yeah, it's an interesting feeling. I've, maybe I don't feel it because I've, I view my character as like a, not necessarily me, but a, somebody that I'm a guide for. Like I view Dani here as a separate and discrete individual that, I just happen to have 99% control over her. Except when she does really dumb things that I really didn't want her to do every once in a while. 99% of the time, I'd say I have pretty solid control. But thinking about it in those terms kind of puts a layer of separation between us. If I were to try to put myself directly in her shoes, then yeah, I could see myself feeling something like that. Alright, don't get me fog again, for the love of God. Not asking for rain or anything, just not fog. And I think that might be fog. Hang on. It looks like light fog. Or maybe, no, it's just thick fog that hasn't finished rolling in yet. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We get fog 2 out of 5 days in every year. At least I got a book to read. I knew I should have done something different yesterday. You know, go out and actually get some work done as opposed to hanging around base all day. See, down a day like this with the fog, I can still do things like build chicken coops and whatnot. But now that glassmaking 2 has been read, we can continue our journey down the glassmaking tree here. Yeah, fog is... I wouldn't hate it anywhere near as much if it wasn't for the impact on aiming. I don't know if anybody's not familiar with the new aiming system, but fog absolutely annihilates your chance to hit and deal damage. I usually don't even bother shooting in fog. It's just that worthless. If I had to fight some zombies right now, it would be almost entirely melee. Forgot that I had a painting I hadn't deployed yet. What else is on the floor behind the truck here? There's a fucking barrel on the floor I forgot about. The fridges are fine. I'm actually okay with the fact that I left the fridges there. Night with stars. Where am I putting that? I did at one point have it on the wall over here, but then I couldn't see it, and I didn't like that. I'm going to try somewhere upstairs. Next to my main bed, maybe. It is a double wide. So it would go good right there, and then I can put the flag there. Except the flag decides it doesn't want to... Flag just doesn't want to appear sometimes. It doesn't matter which facing I want to put it on, it just doesn't fucking appear sometimes. Let's try the corner over here, maybe. There we go. It just didn't like that corner, I guess. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. I should check my weight. We just fell below 74, so I need to start thinking about weight gain. I'm gonna go milk the Holstein cow, because we didn't actually catch her last time. And when I milk the Holstein cow, we'll get probably a full 15 liters. And then we can turn around and turn that into butter. And then we can use the butter to make something that'll get us fat again. Holsteins produce tons and tons of milk. I like it. So now we got that 15 liters of milk. I'd come over here to the butter churn. And we're going to churn 3 sticks of butter, 5 liters each. And that actually takes a while. She has to have it out of her backpack, so I'll make sure she's holding it, otherwise she'll get hurt herself. And the amount of time this takes means we're giving the fog a chance to dissipate. But is it going to go away by 1300? It might. It could be getting thinner. I hate doing this, but I also hate having to think very much about my diet, so I'm just going to do the easy thing here. Eat butter. That has already taken us close to being out of weight loss. Now I'm going to make some buttery egg things here. Basically, every time I get hungry now, I'm going to eat a stir fry with a helping of butter on it. And the stir fry is only going to be comprised of eggs and butter. And that will slow dose the fats and calories into me. So by we used up an entire stick of butter by making these 6 stir fries. I just wish I could add cheese, because then it would be something I would actually eat IRL. Eggs, cheese, and butter? Hell, fucking yeah, I would eat that. I'd eat the hell out of that. And it looks like the fog is now gone. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to defer the glass making for another time. We've got good weather. We've got good weather. I'm going to go out and do something fun. And something fun in this context is... Part of me wants to go to Riverside and get... What have we got? We've got another trailer there. There's another trailer in Riverside right now. There's also a D6, fire truck D6. So if I took a throwaway car, to get up there, and then I left it behind, we could come back with that D6 and with the trailer, and we don't have to do an extra trip. Yeah, I know, right? That is just Zomboid things. This was a vehicle I had brought back mostly it was good enough condition that I could use it as a throwaway. So it is exactly what we're going to use it for, is a throwaway. So we're going back to Riverside, and this vehicle will stay there. Yeah, no, I kind of hear them, but my brain registers them as not even anything. If this game is training us to be sociopaths, yeah, I don't know. No, I don't think it will work, because the screams in this game, there's only like 6 of them. There's like 6 of them, and I recognize them all at this point. Screams that are not from the sound library in this game are still very something that would very much get my attention. I suppose if somebody had a proclivity for being a sociopath in this game, just trained them to start ignoring screams, because they literally do nothing. The meta events literally do nothing. I'm sure they spook new players who don't even realize that they're alone in the universe. Yeah, maybe that would actually be pretty spooky. But whenever something is scary but not actually substantial, that's what you call spoopy, not spooky. 2 spoops. Yeah, we're taking the south entrance. The place that we're going to specifically is Gigamart. Now, if we are not... Let's just say that there's too many zombies to actually take our objective. I don't think there will be, but let's say there are. Our fallback is the survivor house that we were at just the other day there. Last time we were in Riverside, there was a survivor house, and we cleared out everybody from the area and made it a safe place to sleep. So if we are unable to actually secure the objective, then we've got a place to fall back to. And it's close enough that I could fall back on foot if I had to, because this is a throwaway car that I could lose access to if things really don't go well. Wilhelm. Oh man, that I'm actually tempted. I'm really tempted. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm really tempted. There is this thing called immersion, and I actually do sometimes try to engage with it. You know what? I feel if I'm going to do this, we're going to do it right. We're going to establish a solid angle of approach from the south. That means we're going to wipe out everybody on this side of the school moving north. The music might even wake up now that there's going to be zombies on us. Yeah, that's right. That's really funny. That was the stupidest engagement I've had in a while. Yeah, that is, I actually missed it before Torrent. That is, I hope that meta events are actually, used as part of the NPC system in the future. And I will eagerly look forward to the mods that make this game more like RimWorld. Because I know the devs are going to have cold feet. They're not going to make the game like RimWorld when NPCs are first added. And I can't even say they're wrong for that, because RimWorld is a game that is, it can get away with things that games like Zomboid can't. Oi. Like what? Do you mean like what, RimWorld is a game, I've said this a few times, RimWorld is a game that all of your characters are just little 2D pawns that just move around like this on the screen. And when they're attacking somebody, they just go like this. And because of that, it can get away with some really horrific things that other games can't, because it's not explicitly drawing those horrific things. In RimWorld, if you want to start a settlement with a bunch of people and decide that one of those people are no longer useful, you can kill that person and harvest their meat, sell it on the black market. Liver goes for a certain amount of silver, brain goes for a little bit, heart goes for a little bit, and you can turn their skin into hats. You can make human leather hats. A lot of people enjoy that. It is a explicit threat among the RimWorld community to turn somebody into a hat. You would think that in a game like this, where you can take an animal and butcher it and get a whole bunch of useful stuff from butchering the animal, well, why wouldn't I be able to do that to my NPC once they're no longer useful to me alive? Because the devs here are moral friends. And I use the word friend in the old school sense. Also, they want to be able to sell their game in certain places. There are certain European countries that would never allow you to depict something like that. I don't actually know if RimWorld is restricted from being sold anywhere. And that's mostly because it doesn't actually depict those things. All it does is say that that's what's happening. No. No, it can't. It can't, because remember, we can't do things like dismember corpses and stuff like that. That's actually illegal in certain countries. Ready or Not specifically had to remove that in order to get console certified, because Microsoft and Sony know the ropes on that kind of stuff. I don't think they're targeting the Chinese market. If they were, then we wouldn't be able to display skulls anywhere. But this game has skeletons in it, and so because of that, it could never be sold in China. And also, just because Zomboid can probably get away with it in most countries doesn't mean the devs are ever willing to do it. When I said that they want to maximize sales for all countries possible, it's a little bit of cope. They're also just moral friends. They've already said they'll never add kid zombies, and you know you can add your headcanons as to why that is. Mine is that the virus just kills you if you don't have a sufficiently developed immune system. So immunocompromised people and kids are basically just die of the symptoms and cannot fully transform. But why do I have to have that headcanon? It's because the devs will never... They've outright stated they would never add things like that. Yeah, there's also that. I mean, I would very much love to be able to do carving with zombie bones instead of animal bones, because one of those would be 10,000 times easier to come across. It could just also be a question of game balance. I mean, 7 Days to Die used to have it so that zombies gave things that would be useful for things like farming. Like you could get rotting flesh from zombie corpses and actually turn that into crop plots. They took that out. They took that out, and I think it was because it just made farming too easy. Yeah, there's also that, Torrent, and I do expect that the mods to make the game more like RimWorld there'll be plenty of them. Refused classification. Oh, right, I remember. I think I do remember about that. The prison colony. Restricted it to adults. Well, I mean, it's Australia. They don't call it a prison colony anymore, but it still is. Anybody who says otherwise is deluding themselves. Imagine having compulsory voting. What's that? You don't like one of our candidates? Fuck you. Vote anyway. It's illegal not to. Let's keep most of that. Do I have keys? Nope. Do I need keys? Nope. Beautiful. Look at those beautiful green lights. But yeah, drugs are probably the least of anybody's concern when it comes to RimWorld. They don't even have actual real world drugs in RimWorld that I know of. It's all just made up shit. But the fact that it's a drug at all, that's enough for the prison colony. Well, no, do they? That's you're correct in the sense that they don't matter for the individual, but when it comes to people wanting to sell to certain countries, the chilling effect is still real. I mean, look no further than how it played out with Ready or Not. I don't know. I'm not like in the dev's head or anything, but they very much were willing to make a few compromises just so that they could get console certified. And it was console certification that, they want to be able to sell their products in multiple jurisdictions. That's half the reason for the moral friending on their part. Yep. And Australia does it. if there, now I never obviously looked very deep into it. I don't live in Australia. It would be a lot less insulting to me if there was at least an abstain option. Like if the requirement is you have to come up and actually just, you know, say something. Just let me do what Congress can do and just, you know, vote present, right? Not actually vote, but, you know, cast something. Like if that's really what they're after, then sure, yeah, I'll give them a vote. I'll vote for Santa Claus. But for some reason, and then this is just hypothesis on my part, I have no idea. For some reason, I feel like they're not going to allow you to do that. I think you have to choose. But that's just a potentially misinformed speculation. Who knows? Hey, look at that. We got a fully built fishing rod in this trailer here. Somebody was going on a fishing trip before they ran into this dude. Yes, exactly. And I do hope that the modding community comes up with a solution so that people who are willing to do that are rewarded for doing so with a more authentic and enjoyable experience than their government has deigned to give them. And I always say this whenever it comes up. A lot of people could reasonably say, oh man, why do you want to play a game like that? You just want to do horrible, degenerate shit. No, the ability to do so and makes the decision not to much more meaningful. When you exist in a world where grisly, grim, evil fates are possible, you know, existing in RimWorlds where it's possible to be sold into slavery and or cut up into parts and turned into a hat, that because that fate exists, it makes the threat more interesting, and it makes the decision not to engage in that kind of behavior an actual decision that means something. See, right now, it's not like I'm being some sort of more upstanding moral person by not killing anybody and turning them into a hat, because I could never do that. There's nobody to kill and turn into a hat, and even if there were, 99% chance I wouldn't be able to do that without a mod. So it's like, you know, you're not really making the world a better place. You're just removing agency. But a lot of people don't see it that way. When people see an opportunity to moral friend, they're going to moral friend. Generally speaking. Moral friending doesn't really... I'm not going to say it doesn't work on me at all, but it's... If you want me to agree with a moral point of view, you have to reverse engineer it into something that makes sense first. And it for a lot of moral, you know, deep core moral issues, it's not hard to do that. It's just not a lot of people have that as a prerequisite. They're just more than happy to give them a reason to say that somebody's a good person, somebody's a bad person. They'll be happy to engage with that because it makes the world simpler. So I think I emptied everything out of it. And I think I have to because I think it's going to be damaged. Let me double check. Because it's part of a wreck. Yeah, everything is damaged. I could probably repair the trailer to pretty decent... Yeah, no, I can actually... Okay, so welding... I didn't even really notice when I hit the threshold, but now that I'm welding level 7, one steel sheet into the trunk is 100% of a fix. In the past, I wouldn't even try until I'm higher level. And now where could I find a steel sheet in this area? We would want to look around and see if the zombies broke down any doors. Like this one right here. But that looks like it came out as a wooden door. Yeah, see the scrap wood. These doors look metal, but they break as wood. Yeah, cast invalid though, it's good. That's good. I do think it's silly that you have to vote, but I suppose if you're going to have to vote, at least don't force me to pick somebody, you know, don't force me to pick between the turd sandwich and the douche, the giant douche, as South Park would say. Yeah, I have heard a few stories. Weimar never actually disappeared. It was really just, it just went underground. So we do have a bunch of zombies back here, but none of the buildings are busted down. Wow, look at that. That's a big old group right there. I'm going to take the... There's a little shortcut here you can take. I know Riverside way too well. Well, that would be a good shortcut you can take, but... There's a way behind everything here. I came here ready to fight a war, but, there's no fighting for that right now. I don't have enough daylight left. Yeah. Well, yeah, the UK is trying to compete with Germany right now. Starmer's got I've heard he's got a bill banning certain types of adult content, just because of what's in it, not because it's actually real or there's actually something morally apprehensible actually occurring. No, it's that the fantasy is that such a thing is happening, and therefore now that's got to be banned. Imagine allowing people to have fantasies. Nope, not allowed. The convenience store right here is a... I don't know if we'll find a steel sheet here. I know we'll definitely find one at Electromax. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. If I don't find the steel sheet in like one of these two vehicles, yeah. That's definitely one way to put it, yep. Yeah, a certain economic form says jump, and they say, how high, sir? I think I will have to flank this guy, yeah. See, I could actually weld apart a steel sheet from the laundromat right here. But I don't think I have to, actually. I could, but I don't think I have to. This is a masonry vehicle. Knox Distillery here is a... I got some whiskey. I'll take the whiskey, why not? I'm a whiskey enjoyer on occasion. Yeah, I wasn't going to go that far, but that's definitely something that is definitely something worth pointing out. The trunk of the truck itself is fine for certain things, so I'm going to see if I can fill it up with anything in my backpack extraneous. And I think at this point I am going to go ahead and go down to the Electromax warehouse, and there's going to be steel sheets there. We'll go ahead and use those to repair the trailer. While we're here, specifically, we're not going to find very many tires or suspensions to fix the trailer with. The trailer needs to have standard, so we will steal some standard from these vehicles. This has some good performance suspensions on it, so we're going to take off the front left and right tires. For the regular trailers, not the animal trailers, the regular ones, you don't even need to have brakes for them. Performance tires, 100% condition. I love the new settings for vehicles, at least. You're not always guaranteed to find beautiful parts, but they're a lot more common now. I'm not actually going to try to fix it up yet. I'll fix it up at our destination. It's getting a little dark out here. 10,000 Orwells. 10,000 Orwells typing for 10,000 years. Would not write the modern UK penal code. So if anybody watching was not here earlier, Electromax is a warehouse outside of Riverside. We should have cleared any zombies from around it. We've also set it up as a place that's safe to sleep in. And we will be able to effect repairs to the whatchamacallit, to the trailer down there, as well as pick up a bunch of useful stuff and come home with it. I mean, there's definitely something like that going on. I would question the extent, but a significant degradation is almost inarguable at this point. Now, in light of Artemis, one who's interested in white pilling would have a few things to say. Now, the silly things that went wrong during Artemis. After the landing, I was laughing really hard after Artemis landed yesterday. After Artemis landed, and their over-reliance on satellite communications, the people inside of the re-entry vehicle couldn't reach the Navy team on the outside that were literally just on the other side of the craft and their little rafts out there. They couldn't get a hold of them because there was something going wrong with the satellite communications. And it's like, okay, so for that, you have to bounce your communications from the landing craft to the satellites and then back down to the people right outside of the landing craft. Really? Really, dude? Really? Okay. Well, I'm sure they know something I don't. I'm not even going to act like I'm remotely qualified to criticize that. It just made me laugh really fucking hard. Oh yeah, those guys right outside. We can't get a hold of them on the sat phone, so we're going to have to sit here for the next... God knows how long that was. It was at least an hour, I think, before they actually started getting them out of the craft. But everything else went great. And I was happy about that. That was a white pill moment for me. In a world where people are more hesitant to fly than ever before, it's nice to see that we can still send people to the moon. It just depends on what people are doing it. I've already got the suspensions on me, so I can, just replace that now. We'll get to sleep afterwards here. Over-engineered, huh? Over-engineered. Where have we heard that problem before? So I've already got a torch and welding mask on me, so we just need to grab a steel sheet from one of the vehicles here. The vehicles, we just drove in here and then drove around and picked up everything that was on the floor. There we go, steel sheet. And with that, we can fix up the trunk of the trailer itself. And thanks to our leveling of welding, it'll go straight to 100%, and the trailer itself will be 100%. Very simple repair, but very worth it. So the trunk of the fire truck was already perfect. Look at all that green. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. That's beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have a chance to damage brakes, I might try to steal some brakes from the one of the Electromax vans. But honestly, this thing is beautiful. This thing is utterly beautiful. I don't see much of a need to fuck with it right now. I dread to imagine if they might be trying to think about different ways to make our vehicles get damaged, so we actually need to replace all those beautiful parts more often. That is something I'm worried about, but I don't know yet. So far, I haven't been seeing too many problems. Hey, I mean, just one of the whatchamacallit, the satellite phone example I just gave, that you could make an argument that that's an example of over-engineering. Just not having a simple short band radio as opposed to a SATCOM, satellite communications phone. But when it comes to adding things to a spacecraft, you want to keep it light wherever possible. Don't want to add too many things that are unnecessary. Next car update. Curbed. Oh, no, please don't. Our sus already takes damage from other things. Yeah. I didn't even watch. My parents live in Florida, so they actually got to see a little bright light in the sky when it was going up, but I didn't. I was more interested in the landing personally, because I always feel like re-entry is probably the most dangerous part, assuming you survive the launch, right? The launch and re-entry are probably the most dangerous, but then re-entry, it feels like there's more pressure. Because if you don't survive launch, well, it's a bad thing, it's a horrific thing, but it's also, it's not like you got anywhere. If you don't survive launch, then nothing really happened. The mission was dead on arrival. But if you get all the way there to the point of re-entry and then something goes wrong, it feels like the stakes feel bigger for somehow. It's just sort of like a feels over reals thing there. The decision of what to actually put into the fire truck comes up. Probably welding stuff. I mean, honestly, welding stuff is welding and or metalworking. You know, my own wood saw is probably in need of a replacement. We've been using it a lot. So while I'm here, update that. Don't have a snow shell. Wish we could do something specific with it. Iron, steel, and wire. That's an easy dub. I don't think plaster is really going to be that necessary. I mean, we've got lots of limestone to work with. Limestone can accomplish the same thing as plaster now. Just got to cook it in the kiln. Nice, it's already about half full. At this rate, I might actually be able to get everything I want from this place, and then close up shop. As in, like, take the generator home, too. I wish I could toast a cheese sandwich in a kiln. I'm absolutely the kind of guy who'd do that if I could. My I every once in a while, like maybe 3 or 4 times a month, I go out for a smoke, and I light my pipe with a butane torch. I don't actually own a lighter. I'm the kind of guy who does a little bit of overkill here and there, and that is the perfect example of overkill that I would absolutely do if I could. They had the opportunity to use modern technique. They had the opportunity, but did they not take it or something? Because I mean, honestly, the going with what works versus the hot new shit. That's a very interesting decision that is constantly being evaluated these days. Well, I wish it was being evaluated more often. With the technique, yeah. Oh, asbestos. That might be why there was such a big standoff before the recovery crew picked them up. The recovery, they kept talking about toxic gases. And I was like, why would the recovery crew outside of the ship have to worry about toxic? If they used asbestos, that would explain it. That'd explain it. Nice, okay. It is now full back there. So I'll take the trailer off, and then we'll use the trunk of the truck itself for everything else. I might actually take that stove with me too, if I have room for it. Hacksaws are a wear item that are sometimes difficult to replace. Oh, you know what? Before I fill up too much farther on questionably immediate use stuff, there are a whole bunch of steel bars and ingots in the factory across the street. I think I will go ahead and take the stove. Honestly, it's free. It's free, and it's something to help me dry stuff. I will need the ability to dry stuff at some point in the not too distant future here. So that's 89, and I want to leave 40 for the generator. Yeah, that's true. That is true. A lot of things could probably cause... Adding heat is a very simple thing to get things to cook off. Do I need a whole ass carton of nails? No. Am I tempted? Kind of. Now, in terms of paint, we've already got some black and pink. I feel like if I want more paint, I'll come back for it. It's not that far of a drive. If I want more paint, I'll come back for it. I'm focusing on things I don't already have a little bit of. And concrete powder is actually some of that. I'm going to take just two bags of concrete powder. Perhaps I'll put them in the glove. Alright, so yeah, tomorrow we will go across the street and check out the factory. For anybody joining, welcome. This is the Electromax warehouse in Riverside. and we have mostly evacuated all the good stuff. I say mostly because, of course, there's still some stuff here, like cartons of nails and just billions of planks. We've already got billions of planks and an unopened carton, as well as a bunch of loose boxes. So we're fine on nails and planks for now, but if we need another infusion, we just come back here and get it. And I'm also going to go ahead and take the generator, because I do think if we need to come back here, the amount of searching we'll need to do to find what we actually want has dropped off to the point where we don't have to have the floor lights constantly running anymore. So with the addition of the generator here, the trunk will pretty much be full. Bigger than GTA. Yeah, it's true. The I believe that. I do believe that. I think the perspective of the game, the top-down perspective, it kind of makes it a little bit easier to assume that it's not actually that big, but it definitely is. Garbage out of the containers. Okay. So just across here, there are actually three loading bays. This one here to the left, this one here to the center, this one here to the right. They're all flush with crates that are full of things like steel ingots and steel bars. Every steel bar is a potential sword. Every steel ingot is a potential sledgehammer head. So I mean, I don't need too many. They're really heavy, but we'll take a few. Since our vehicle is pretty close to being full. Yeah, the trunk back there is completely full. Up here, it's mostly full. Well, most of what we grab is going to be hand carry stuff. Yeah, I'll just pick up some steel bars and see what we can fit. I've always felt like this loot table is horrifically incomplete. It's just steel bars, steel ingots, and hacksaw blades. I can understand the bars and ingots. I mean, it's a factory. You need steel to work with, you know, to build things. But where are all the things they built? I guess it's in the warehouse to the south. But you need a little more than this. There should be handles up here, too. Oh, there's handles. Look at that. Small handle, large handle. Okay. I eat my words. There are a few boxes of handles here. Not seeing as many ingots. There we go, steel ingot times 2. So these weigh 6 encumbrance each. These are super chunky. That's definitely one way to do it. Just give up and eat some rat poison. So there's 10 steel bars and 1 steel ingot on the passenger seat. See if I can fit the other ingot into the... Yeah, I can fit the other ingot into the glove here. So I think with that, all the seats and internal containers are full. So now everything that I pick up is hand carry. So backpacks and handbags, and that's it. So I think that's actually all the crates here. Yeah, you can access both rows from either side here. Definitely not as flush with bars, and it used to be that I would find so many bars and ingots here that we would have to do like 3 or 4 trips. Hello. I had a feeling. Jump scare, motherfucker. Get out of here. Oi.
Hey!
That's right, I'm calling you out. Get bitch and bitch ass out of here, bitch. Ain't got time to wait for you. Really? Thank you. An unknown number of them that are going to be sprinkled about in here. I had a, at one point I had a car alarm go off out in the parking lot on the other side, and that ended up bringing a lot of people, like, through the building. Oh, look at him hiding behind the arm here. No surprise that a lot of the guys in here don't have very good hearing. Aha. Thought you could hide from me, huh? Negative. Why do zombies need to breathe? They clearly don't need a functioning respiratory system. Unimog. No idea what that is. Sounds like fun. Ah, here we go. There's more ingots over here now. Gonna put ingots in my offhand bag here. I'm basically just going to grab bars until my main backpack is full and ingots until my handbag is full. And there's my handbag full. And there we go. Off we go. That was a very successful day. Kraken. That is something I'm ever terrified of in this game, because right now, bodies of water might as well be considered safety. They're surfaces that zombies cannot approach from. So, a lot of my tactical, or more strategic than tactical, a lot of my strategic positioning is about what direction zombies are most likely not going to come from. And whenever I'm next to the Ohio River, which happens a lot in Louisville and Riverside, even West Point. West Point, there's usually a forest between houses and the river wherever you're at, so West Point, it's a little bit less relevant, but everywhere else you can use the Ohio River to great effect. But if there's a chance for zombies to just come moseying out of the fucking river, then oh boy, that ain't good. That ain't good. Gents, take a walk. Not to the boats. So to recap, we came all the way to Riverside in a throwaway vehicle. We got rid of it, and then recovered this fire truck that we had spotted earlier, along with this trailer that we had spotted earlier as well. The trailer was wrecked, but we got it all fixed up with perfect condition parts. And now we have a trailer that is still the other trailer we have is our library. This trailer is now whatever the hell we want it to be, which is great. Yeah, that is between Ekron and Echo Creek. I think I know what you're talking about there. It's the skinnier creek. This is much shorter of a commute than having to go back and forth between, well, pretty much anywhere else right now. Now, Ekron, of course, that's one of the places we hit first, either counterintuitively. And that was a bit of a longer journey, but we got done with that place. Irvington is even longer. I won't be going to Irvington until we have a lot more. I want to be able to have mechanics like 10 out of 10 before we go anywhere near Irvington, because there's sports cars down there and other things. We still got a race car in that direction that I want to fix up. We now have 3 fire trucks. One of them is in a disrepair state until we can get it, again, until we can level up our mechanics a little bit. And the other one is a designated charcoal carrier, as well as tooling vehicle for our blacksmith. I'm going to put these ingots on the floor right here. place half. There's literally not enough room in my inventory. It will be not very often that we actually use these, and they're so bulky that putting them inside the crate is just a waste of space. So putting them on the floor nearby, especially that since they match the aesthetic, that is perfectly fine. That right there is more steel bars than we're going to need for a very long time. Thank you, Electromax. Now, of course, I could, well, I might have to. I could just build another one of these metal crates. I could do that. Then it would block the entire front of the forge, and it would look weird, and I don't like that. So putting things on the floor strategically or on top of the crate feels more aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, no, it's good that I'm a firefighter. Of course, I'm gonna collect my fellow compadres' vehicular devices. They put a lot of work into maintaining these. It's respectful to their memory for me to hold on to them and put them to good use. The steel rods we use for both welding and a little bit of blacksmithing, so I can leave the steel rods over here with the welding supplies. Oh, we have definitely run out of room over here. Alright, that's fine. Probably did bring home a little too much in the handle department. Beautiful. Who says I had to actually put them all in containers? More extinguishers than I know what to do with, but I'm 100% okay with that. The more extinguishers I have, the more reliably I can find one when the time comes that I might actually need one. Entrances is usually what I like to do. Next to every entrance. We're definitely overkill on that here, but that's fine. I feel like a little bit of repair materials couldn't hurt to have near the forge. So some epoxy fiberglass tape, and then maybe a tube of wood glue. I doubt that the forge will need it, but I like to diversify my supplies when there's an abundance. There's me running out of room completely in the electrical supplies. That was a question of when, not if. Also carrying around whiskey. It's a bit bold of me because I don't have a home for it yet, but I can assault the small farm food bin. Taking all these animal bones upstairs is actually going to way overfill one of those crates. I'm going to make a separate crate upstairs specific for animal bones. We just have too many. I know they're very useful for carving and tailoring at some point, but we haven't reached the point where we're actually able to blow them all away yet. Yep, probably. Have I ever needed to use a fire extinguisher? That's an interesting question. We have spontaneously combusted once. I'm not going to say that that counts because it never should have happened. That was back in 42.15 when the there was a random chance for people to catch on fire for no apparent reason. Yeah, that era is long gone, so... Mostly fire extinguishers are there so that if I need them, they're there. They are not there because I want to ever need to use them. I don't foresee any reason why I personally would ever set fire to anything remotely close to one of my own bases. But who knows? Maybe someday this game will have RimWorld problems in more ways than one. RimWorld has electrical storms once in a while that cause lightning strikes, where tiles can randomly catch on fire. But right now, fire has been nerfed rather dramatically, because apparently in multiplayer, people were screwing with each other by setting fires near each other's bases or something. Devs reacted to that with a heavy hand, I believe. Okay, we are unpacked, and it is beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and move the trailer out of here. Almost forgot about the contents of the... Almost forgot about the contents of the inner compartments here, but we got everything now. So I'm going to put the trailer... somewhere over here-ish. We now have 4 spare premium tech generators. My power grows, literally and figuratively. Wait a minute, I thought I... Oh, it was just the stove, right, okay. Never mind, on the second one I have 3 spares. Yep, it occurred to us once. Alright, now, this is going to be the 4th time I have gone on a tree and bush genocide in the area in front of my parking lot here. So that is starting to get really fucking annoying. There's some things to appreciate with the fact that it now takes longer for the erosion, but this is what it's resulting in. It's basically resulting in places that we've already cleared of the stupid random growing, trees and bushes and whatever, just getting shit reappear. And that's going on for much, much, much longer now. It's almost as if there was a little bit of hidden wisdom in the way it was before, before a certain game director came on board and started making decisions. I don't know. I'm not going to act like the Andy Stone had very deep, grand plans for everything that were infallible, or anything even close to infallible. But they definitely had plans of some sort. See, this would be a great place to just put many, many crates that I could put all this stuff into. But I need to be able to drive in and out to gather more charcoal. So the most convenient thing is to just store things in a way that doesn't require me to block vehicle movement. Hence the placement of things on the floor. And don't worry, someday we'll get an outer wall out here. Someday. Today's not that day yet. Only 2 wood axes are right here. And neither of them have taken any damage yet. That's good. Thankfully, wood axes can one-shot these stupid little trees. I can't wait to see when they're gonna grow next. I'm just gonna leave the wood axe right here, because this is most likely where I'm gonna need it next. Did I hear some angry clucking in here? That's possible. That too is just as possible. Some parts of this game they definitely have plans for. Other parts of this game I have many questions. That's how I'll put it. I have many questions. But we have successfully unloaded almost everything now. I need to swap the broken fishing line here with the fishing rod that we just picked up. And maybe even add the bobber in there. So that we got ourselves one stellar fishing kit. Make an entire ass box of duct tape. Nice. Box of suture needles. Oh man, that's great. That will save me a fair bit of space. Now behold, when you have a mirror, you can use extended 3D placement and put it as a decorative wall item in places where you normally wouldn't be able to put wall decorations, such as a window that no longer exists. It now has a mirror there. Fill in weight gain. Honestly, I feel like we're looking pretty good, too. I really am digging the Knox Distillery hat. It's just a perfect match for the black gear. And then we got the orange jacket on top. I haven't noticed too much overheating recently. I think we've struck an okay-ish balance. Okay-ish. I'm going to replace the light bulb in the construction light out here. And I have to step away briefly IRL. I think I probably can do one more in-game day, but that is probably where I'm going to have to call it for today. We've had a pretty decent stream today. Lots of regular folk, lots of turnover. That tells me that YouTube has been recommending me more than I thought. I'm here for it. Definitely here for it. Hopefully new folk saw something you like. Feel free to hit that like button and subscribe. You know, the usual YouTuber shit. Ain't your dad, though. I ain't gonna tell you what to do. Where is my... There you are. Weapon attachments up here. I was just going to put weapons that are going to be used for repairs in the top here. We've just got too many other weapons to worry about that, so those go up there too. And I'm going to read the next animal care book. We made a little bit of progress into it. That'll be my evening activity here. You know what? I have an idea here. Another machete. Put that in my offhand. And I'm gonna have her clean up, and we've got a new thumbnail now. Yeah, absolutely. The machetes give it a really nice look. Right now in the thumbnail, she's dual wielding axes, which is appropriate. After all, she is a fire officer. But now we're back to swords and gunnery. So there must be swords, and there must be gunnery. Now, we did get cold just there. That is perfectly understandable because when your clothing is wet, the insulation drops, as it reasonably should. Nothing a little bit of body heat from running home won't fix. Now, usually, I want to do a screen... If I'm going to do a screenshot for the thumbnail, it works best on a contrasting background, like the grass out here. But the light doesn't catch her very well there. I'm going to move the light out to there. And the light catches her pretty well. Maybe a little further. Perfect. Honestly, the hunting knife just kind of floating on my chest there. Sometimes it looks funny. Sometimes I'm over it. I'm just going to take it off my chest really quick for the screenshot. There we go. That looks pretty good. Get a little bit of depth, or a little bit of profile on the swords. If I stand at the right angle, you can almost see the gun in the holster there. Alright, that's good. KTO has acquired milk. Praise all that is holy. Milk is the nectar of the gods in this game. Easily. Actually, now that I look at it, it is a perfect time to replace my... perfect time to replace the hunting knife that was on my chest. Because that one is in need of replacement. Plenty of fresh ones on the floor here. Oh yeah, you've got to de-stress the animal completely before it will let you milk it, unfortunately. What am I missing in my Alice kit here? I hate that feeling. I hate looking at my Alice kit and realizing I'm definitely missing something, but I forgot what. In any case, she is actually ready for sleep. I'm going to have her sleep first, and then we'll do a little bit of reading overnight while I step away here. Nightmare. At least she was able to get a partial sleep there. Let's read a, oh, you know what? This is why I moved the chickens closer. That straight up deletes a fair bit of stress right there. Okay, I will be right back in a moment, folks. And then we will finish, well, we'll progress through this book, see how far we get. And we'll see what the weather's like tomorrow. The weather tomorrow will decide exactly what we do, how we proceed from there. And I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Hopefully the chair provided some interesting commentary on the side there. Let's see if we can't get through Animal Care 3. Not quite. And we'll see what the weather looks like tomorrow. Looking clear. I like it. So I'm going to finish reading the book, have a bite of breakfast, and then we water the crops. And we will, well, now that we've hit what I wanted to hit in Riverside, there's several different directions we could go. Muldraw is starting to feel more and more relevant. Muldraw and Rosewood are basically equidistant to us. And that's something I've always liked about Fallis Lake here. Border gin strat. We don't have a copy of Aiming 4. So after a certain amount of shooting, well, we've got Aiming 5. We haven't quite gotten through 5 yet. We'll get to Aiming 5, then we'll still be red through Aiming 6. But then Aiming 4 and 5 we don't have. So, Echo Creek actually might be the next direction I move in, because Guns Unlimited. Yeah, that's because Guns Unlimited. That is a part of every survivor's journey. Well, every survivor worth their salt. You want to eventually hit Guns Unlimited. And now we've got swords and guns to take it with. So yeah, let's get the crops watered up for the morning. Actually, all the water that I've had cached over here. There's this bucket. Okay, so we do still have one bucket of... That's pretty much full. Double checking to make sure that this hemp is actually, yeah. Okay, we'll see about that. It's still a seedling. Now, as you can see, some of these crop plots have disappeared for no apparent reason. That's normal, that's expected. I only dug them to get the areas marked properly. Unacceptable. Gonna go get my wood axe and go on another little mini jihad against the encroaching trees here. Where would I want to go if I wanted to find Carpentry 5? That's another thing that I really want to have, but I don't have, and I don't know how many more chances I have to find it. I don't know. I don't think you do. Actually, okay, I know of one spot in Guns Unlimited that's, like, surrounded by shutters. But you might be able to break your way in without a sledgehammer to that. I've never done it without a sledgehammer. I've always had a sledgehammer before going to Guns Unlimited, but I'm thinking of Guns Unlimited. I'm thinking of this. There's like an enclosure that's surrounded by bars, and I have always used a sledgehammer to break down that door. But you might be able to do it without a sledgehammer. Now, I do expect that when we go to Echo Creek, we'll have no problem finding a generator. The question is what kind of generator. I know of, there's basically almost a guaranteed spawn of a red one out there. We passed right down the main road. McCoy Logging. I'm assuming, Mario, you're talking about the place that is north of Maldra up here, and if so, that is a negative. Not on this character, at least. We did that on Nora, on my previous character. I think I'm going to go ahead and go in the direction of Echo Creek. And if memory serves, I think I saw a trailer there. So I'm going to go ahead and take a risk by leaving my regular trailer behind here. If I'm wrong about that, then we'll just deal with it somehow. We've got ourselves a nice multi-purpose vehicle with at least half of the trunk empty. Before we go, I'm going to top up the generator on my roof here. And of course, we are in need of weight gain. So, yeah, I'm gonna do the easy thing here. I hate doing that, but it's just I would have to stand here and just make meals for the next 10 minutes of my life, or I could just eat a stick of butter and be on with my day. The action economy of this game just doesn't support it. It takes too long to cook. I know what the devs really want. They want us to have a dedicated cook on our team, somebody who just does nothing but make meals, as if that is compelling gameplay. But then there's supposed to be NPCs to fill in the gaps. If you don't want, nobody on your team wants to do it, then NPCs can do it, right? Someday, perhaps. Today is not that day. I'm going to take some eggs in addition to the milk. And I should now have a sledgehammer on the passenger seat of my main vehicle, so I do not have to worry about taking this sledgehammer with me. Mm-hmm. And then you do it again. 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 I mean, the point is, it just, especially right now when there's so many other things I'd rather do than stop and cook. There's nothing novel to the cooking process. There's so many other things that, different ways of approaching other things in the game. But also not being a nutritionist, I can't exactly balance my meals to ensure that I'm going to gain weight gain because my calorie expenditure is always in flux. Some days I'm not really expending many calories. Some days I am running around all day and just constantly cooking off my calories. So this happened last time we exited in this direction. For some reason, people were gathering at the edge of town. And now it's happened again. I hate that so much. Every once in a while, they just don't want to die on the fence. Thank that. I predict we're going to see more down here next time. Next time we come this direction after a few days of not coming this direction. It just seems like the migration system right now. It seems to be encouraging them to come up to the edge of town. And I can't explain it. I don't know why. We could go via Jamie-town. There's no reason not to. Yeah, Jamie-town is also a chance at aiming and reloading books. It's not the most significant chance, but it is a chance. We are in need of aiming 4 and 5. I think just reloading 5. Did that thing really just survive a machete hit? That is one tough-ass rabbit. I think my machete and my long blade skill is just that weak. I'll butcher it later. Rabbit removal service. Did you really have to appear while I'm sharpening my axe? Well, if you're not going to get out of the road, then I suppose. Yeah, I'll do coup de grace for a few of you. I've already attacked your kin. Yeah, that's right. Should have tried it earlier. What? I was holding Alt, so she did a ground attack. Yep, okay. No, they got away this time. They, the ones who went north here, they changed direction at the last second. Good job. Good job. Why don't you do that earlier next time? Then I don't even have to get out of my vehicle. Hello there. See, now that I have a primary use light bar vehicle, we could cook some Zeds too. That is very much an option. Speaking of cooking, there's chickens down there. It makes such a hefty sound to it. I love it. I'm gonna miss it when this thing breaks because I don't have the I can't make metal baseball bats. I'll never be able to do that. I don't know if I've ever even been this direction before. Usually when I'm going on that road up there where I just was, usually that's just me making a beeline straight to Jamiestown. Gonna make my girl in the past, Nora the Explora. We're gonna make her proud today. We're gonna take a look through places just for the sake of it. After all, every bit of road explored is another chance for a survivor zombie, so it's always gonna be in furtherance of our goals of getting certain books. Even if we no longer need Longblade 5. We actually need Longblade 2 now. We're not far away from needing to read Longblade 2. Oh, the shipping facility here. Right. Is that... That might be... Yeah, I think I see a dude. I think I see a dude. Let's see what the dude has. What's up, losers? What a nice time to jam. I had a feeling that there might be some from the south, but I underestimated. Definitely underestimated. Alright, let's see how these swords hit. This is going to be my first time actually using one of my swords. I've been carrying it around for a while, but part of me wanted to level with the machete first. Nah, it's fine. We've got 3 spare swords to work with. Oh, the sword didn't actually take any damage. Wait. There it is. And now we need to stop using swords for a little bit because... Of course we do. Great. I should have known. Every single book is one I already have a copy of. There's a consequence of me not cooking for myself. Not cooking for myself means I'm not getting any happiness increase passively. Which means we're now in the sadness territory, so I'm going to eat some chips. I'll provide a little bonus to happies. And keep us in weight gain. So I got to find exactly what I wanted to find. That was a survivor zombie. Unfortunately, it was a pathetic survivor zombie who only had a few level 2 and 1 level 4 book, all of which I already had copies. Supply lines must remain clear. I'm going to get this out of the way, in the spirit of supply lines remaining clear. So if anybody watching was not here during my character's early run, we've got a base waiting for us already built in Jamietown, which is our current destination. It's more or less out of the road. Just on the edge. The sword could use a sharpen now. At a certain point up here, we're going to pass Ovo Farms, which is Egg City. Literal billions of chickens. Way more than I'll ever need. don't think I'm going to let the lack of a long blade book hold me back. I think I'm going to use my swords anyway. I made them. They're really good. I'm already level 2 with them. At this rate, we'll level up either way. It's only like a 1.5 times multiplier, but I'll always take what I can get. One of the things that always helps me when it comes to leveling weapons is I usually wait till I'm higher level maintenance before I even start. Sometimes this field to my to this side right here, sometimes this field comes with turkeys. Doesn't look like this time there are any turkeys. If we could see turkeys, they'd be moving real fast. They're actually, I think technically speaking, turkeys are the fastest non-vehicle entities in the game. Easily, when they start running around. Like, it's sometimes kind of funny to see exactly how fast they move. Feels wrong for swords to take 3 hits to kill a zombie, but that's how it works right now. Low level. So I think the agenda today is we're going to clear the road all the way down to from Phallus Lake to Jametown. We're going to get set up in Jametown, and I'll call it after we've gotten set up and slept our first night at the Jametown base. Being a Wiseman. What a name. And she was wise, alright. Don't know about the other part. We shan't have backfill. No siree, Bob. Look out of those trees. Oh, I didn't realize I got to the next level of maintenance. Okay. Shit. That means I definitely need to read the next book. Add a sap. Because maintenance is an extremely important skill. It's somehow... Maybe I registered it when I saw it happen, but I definitely didn't commit it to memory. Maintenance is one of those things that no matter what kind of weapon you're using, if it degrades, then you're getting experience. Anyone else? Just those two. For a little while. Okay, we're almost here. Alright, so it's not exceedingly obvious where my turn is to get a little shortcut over to this custom base here that we've got going on. I'm using some tree branches on the road to mark where the turnoff is. So when I turn off of the road, I go in between the tree branches, and that marks the off-roading segment to get to our little base here. It's one of the reasons I like this specific spot. Didn't bring any cookware. I suppose I'll go ahead and use the cooking pot I always take with me. Ain't no custom base of mine until I can drive a circle around it. Hello. I don't know if you guys saw that. It just froze for like almost a second. Very odd. I don't trust that chair to be that close. I can hear you. I hear you. I'll get you a rest in just a moment here. I would put the chair a little closer, but I don't trust it. I also love how the fact that if you sit naturally next to a fire, you warm your hands. Came out to be about a 65 soup. 10 liters of milk in one go? How? Is there something that you can actually drink out of that will give you 10 liters at once? In real life, that would be a that would be a risk of harm. Serious risk of harm. I don't know if very many stomachs can actually fit 10 liters all at once. It depends on the person, but that's you're tempting fate there. Oh, from one cow. Oh, that's not... Yeah, that's usual. Depending on the breed. That's actually a bit low if it's a Holstein. Our Holstein back at base can currently... Her full reservoir is a little over... Easily over 15 liters. Alright, it's about an hour early for bed. That's okay. We're going to go ahead and hit the sack. We don't have a lot of things to do here, unfortunately, because we didn't bring any reading material. And that's okay. Didn't bring any reading material, nor any generators to power it with. We're just going to go ahead and get our first sleep, and then I'm just going to get started with night fighting. We will have already cleared the neighborhood to the south here, but we're doing a little orbit to make sure. There's always possibilities for... Ah, look at that. Some group to the south there that I never caught. Or they migrated. Either or. The crude stone axe these days. Can only use... So we can still use rag, sharp link flake, and tree branch. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to fall back to if we end up not doing much with if we want to drop off of Longblade. I haven't decided yet if I want to keep going Longblade or not without the book read. It could be that Longblade 2 is just right around the corner, or it could be very annoying to find. Just the fact that it's a Volume 2 book doesn't mean that we won't have a lot of trouble trying to find it. So... I swear we had a survivor zombie here in Jamie-town. Like, it was an early game survivor zombie, if I'm not mistaken, and I can't remember if we ever actually managed to separate it from the group that it was with. See, the problem was, I think it ended up getting cross-pollinated with all the rest of the main crowd from the... The good thing about Survivor Zombies is they always have books I don't need, and therefore all I've got to do is look for a pile of books on the ground somewhere, and that will tell me immediately if I already found the Survivor Zombie and just dumped its books. Or we'll just parse around and see if we can locate a zombie with a backpack. See, this is not far from where it would have been, but I don't think this group is gathered because they're a survivor group. This would be a rather terrifying moment for me personally. Driving around in the middle of the night, just shining a flashlight on zombie faces, looking for somebody with a backpack. Yeah, that would be a rather spooky moment. I will not blame our girl for getting panicked, not at all. And what I did when I came here last is I believe I used this grassy field to lose a whole bunch of them. But I don't remember if we did anything with the Survivor Zombie or not. One of the reasons I'm looking around for the Survivor Zombie right now is because if there is no Survivor Zombie anywhere at all in this area, then I'm probably going to set a campfire and do a little controlled burn. But that would be a tomorrow morning activity. So I kind of just wanted to spend the night looking around to make sure that none of these zombies that I may completely cook off tomorrow are carrying anything that I actually want to preserve. You know what? That cop over there with the shotgun? Sure, why not? Need to see if I can nail her. Got her. Easy peasy. There's another cop right there. Got her. Probably got everybody else, too. It is only the M38, so it's a quieter gun, but it's a gun nonetheless. I think... What is that? That is a... not a katana. That's all I care about. It's probably a improvised short sword or something like that, because it looked really rough around the edges. Another cop. Forgot to reload. Okay, I couldn't find any survivor zombies. And there were a couple of cops, but we nailed them. So, I do declare that we are about ready to go to sleep, and tomorrow morning I'm going to cook. I was considering ending the stream tomorrow morning. We've got a little bit of time left. I think that is just enough time to cook off the crowds here. We're gonna cook them all off, and then I will next stream I'll handle looting the building and seeing how we'll handle the logistics of bringing everything home. I'm actually just going to chill here for a minute before we head back to base. Because I want to see if anybody actually manages to make it all the way this far down the road. Because if they do, then they're close enough to my base that I need to wipe them out before I go back to sleep. I think we're probably good. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We do have one incoming. Every once in a while, you get one of those real high attention span dudes. And there's one of them right there. It took him like 20 minutes to get all the way down here. But he's close enough that that would be something that I don't want near my base when I go to sleep. And therefore, we erase him. I do see a slow one up there, but she has not clocked me. She's just moseying. I will be very impressed if the slow one actually makes it all the way down to my base tonight. Alright. We are going to do a little firebombing today. And when I say bombing, I'm being a little bit facetious because we're not actually going to have any bombs. We're just going to set some people on fire and cluster them up real tight like. But we're going to do it, and there's going to be a nice distance between us and the place we want to loot today. So here's the trick. I've got a log in my offhand. I've got 3 stones in my backpack and some twigs in my backpack. I've already got matches and a lighter like I always do. That's all I need to set a campfire in like less than 30 seconds. Don't ask me how I could actually do that in real life. It would take a little longer than that in real life, but I could do it given some time. I'll have to accelerate, accept that this game's time scale is a little accelerated. Now we're going to need to pick a nice wide open space. Ideally not a parking lot, because I need even more room to drive around than a parking lot will offer. I also need to be able to ensure that they're not going to wander somewhere and set everything that I care about on fire. Wii U. We're getting to the point of some Wii U here. We're about to get DMCA'd by Nintendo because we're about to turn on the Wii U. I think we've got our spot. Yep, it's a little closer to the gas station than I probably would have preferred, but as you can see, for some reason there's no bushes or trees out here, and I'm not going to question it. I am going to accept it whole cloth. Campfire, build, click. Campfire, right click. Destroy for fuel. I can't select the logs, it's in my hand. Let's try that again. Destroy for fuel, log. We now have a campfire with 6 hours of fuel. Light fire, twigs plus matchbook. We now have a lit fire that will stay lit for 6 hours. And what do we do for a few of those 6 hours? It's time for some Wii U. Alright, you know what? I'm going to lower the game's volume a little bit because this is obnoxious. Always is. And we're going to fire up our playlist of combat music here. There's a reward for anybody sticking around all the way into a Saturday evening here. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody catching it after the fact. Appreciate you guys too. Here we go. Now, driving around out here a lot is dangerous. There's a lot of rocks that'll actually bring you to a complete stop, like the big boulder right there that I've highlighted. We don't want to be fucking around out here too much. Just long enough to get everybody's attention. Let's set cruise control for 10 miles an hour to get out of here. As you can see, they're all over the forest in addition to everywhere else. Oh, you know what? We've got a clear shot at that cop again. Let's see if we can finish what we started last night. Got her. She's down. I don't even know if she has a gun, but she's far more likely to have a 9mm or something than anybody else here. bumped up the cruise to 15 miles an hour to get through that tight spot there. Press detonate and your game crashed. Ha! Oh, I know that feeling. It's happened to me once. Well, actually, I think both of the times I've crashed just prior to detonation, both times have been, I don't think it was actually right when I hit detonate. Do you have ragdolls on? Because I'm curious if the ragdoll being enabled might be contributing to instability. Yeah, that's even sadder. That's just, that sounds like some good old-fashioned engine limitations. Maybe hit some integer overflows. $15 miles an hour now. That's a shame. Yeah, that's I can definitely feel it every time I hit detonate. And my PC is not weak. Just because it's the best of last generation doesn't mean it ain't. Moore's Law is still a thing. Hey, there you go. That's the best way to do it. Average backup enjoyers. Not losing very much progress. The human snake, as it were. Renshi. Like a moth to a flame. We're gonna loop back now to keep the attraction of the rear line here. Give me manual control. Every time I turn off cruise, I'm like, give me manual. Quarter collie time. Oh yeah, we've got most of the back line. That's great. That's great. Almost everybody's been drained from the parking lot. Feeling good about this. The conga line. Conga, conga, conga. I've already kind of got a little bit of critical mass here. We can go around the group. It's not the most critical, but it's critical. Important thing is we can circle them without crushing anybody. We got black Zeds? I didn't even notice. Hell yeah. Now we're cooking with gas. Hello. Hope you all ready for a bonfire. I'm only sad I don't have any books to read while we wait for it. And it's time to cook. We got our Hellbringers. Now we just got to group them all up together. Nah, they cooking. They cooking. Oh, boys, they cooking. They cooking so hard right now. Hey, buddy, look behind you. Here come the Hellbringers. Yeah, it is. Now let's see how many of them have the attention span to continue following me after that. I don't think very many will. Yeah, most of them are just grouping up now. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So this is something I had to account for. Once they're cooking and you let them cook, they have a tendency to move around a lot. Honestly, these two, I might try to wipe them out. Wouldn't do this if I didn't have a nice long-range weapon. Now that I'm far enough away, we can also do this when they start grouping up together. I'm keeping like almost a full tile between us before I bother engaging that. If I cannot guarantee a full tile between us, I'm not fucking with that. So I can get this guy out of the road before he cooks the road. Ah, look at that, he cooked the road. Hello. That is not the time to be seeing a frame drop. Yes, Dark Antimatter, welcome back. We are doing a Jamiestown burn. I did pass through the town last night to ensure that we weren't going to be cooking off any obvious LEOs or survivor zombies. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. These guys over here went out. Fascinating. I mean, look at that. You can see their charred remains on the ground over there. And yet these guys went out. Well, I'll kill these ones with hand weapons then. I'm going to be cautious of them, though, because maybe they're just on fire and I can't see it. Invisible fire has almost killed me once before. This is most of Jamiestown here. Over there, they're still cooking. So it looks like the little groups that splintered decided to stop cooking. And my fire just burned out. That's okay. Imagine having the left-right with Longplay. That feels pathetic. Try not to imagine the smell. It looks like the wind is moving in this direction from right screen to left screen right now. So I guess you could say we're downwind of it. I'm probably going to pop a few of these with the axe first. It's a mix of my own making of the base game music, so yes is the correct answer to that. Every once in a while the game's music stops playing, so I've made my own mixes of the game's music to continue enjoying it when it decides to not play. As fate would have it, we got a backpack warrior here. He's not the one I'm looking for, though. Survivor zombies with backpacks will have a little bit of armor or something on. Okay. Everybody else in this area has now joined the cookout, as it were. But yes, this is just a mix of 6 different tracks from the game. The one we're listening to right now is, actually forgot the last one. Yeah, it's the 6th one in the loop. It's the one that comes after. Maybe we can win this. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. I'm just gonna chill. Starting to see some of them keel over. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I gotta be able to hear things, especially when they're quiet. I could do something risky. I could pull out the 9. No, I'm not gonna do that. And then it goes back to what was Lost Mutation Eye. This is the action mix of the same music you hear in the main menu. See, it looks like some of them are coming towards me, but then they see a shiny, and they turn towards the shiny, and they continue cooking each other. That's why it looks like the fire is kind of moved, because the whole group has. My original fire pit, where I started it, was all the way over here where the tile is highlighted green. All things considered, it's actually just a couple degrees above freezing right now. So hopefully that means the smell wouldn't carry too bad. It's looking like they're mostly cooked now. Oh, did Senpai notice me? I'm proud of him. I don't want to fuck with them when they're burning. I'm using a double-handed long weapon and falling back real quick the whole moment I hit them. Having caught on fire a few times due to glitches, I have never legitimately caught on fire in this game. Not the smartest thing to do this close to a gas station, but we've successfully kept the fire away from that. I think I left my engine running. No. 99% of what you're hearing was Zach Beaver. Zach Beaver did the original track. Armand Haas did the epic variant, the one with the extra aggressive percussion in the horns and whatnot. All I did was make a little mix that has them transition between each other. Something probably Zach Beaver could do in like 10 minutes if he wanted to. There's just that one guy left now. Now I can turn the game's music back on. See this, so I had somebody in chat ask if I've ever used a fire extinguisher before. Let's just say that for some reason the fire was actually spreading in such a way that made me feel like the gas station was threatened. That would be the perfect time to have one on hand. I have no idea. And to be entirely honest, positively negative, I have no desire whatsoever to find out. You see, I don't think they blow up, personally. My theory is they just catch on fire and then, like every other tile in the game, they disappear, they destroy. They get destroyed. It would make perfect sense if they exploded, and that does feel like something this game would do. But right now, just seeing what fire does to every other tile, it would delete the gas pumps. So, just having them get deleted is threat enough for me. Now it's straggler time. What's up, straggler? Yeah, that's right. I called you a straggler. I use the hard R, too. Is that a sapling in your chest, or are you just happy to see me? You got to be cautious with this building, because a lot of them would have probably tried to go through it, hence all these broken windows and doors and shit.
Hey!
I saw a dude in there. Bring your dude and dude ass out here, dude. Yeah, that's correct about the generators. Durability determines how long it takes for them to need electrical parts repaired in them. Yes. If you're organized, you can fit a blue one in your backpack. And I very much enjoy that. I think most of them have similar noise, except the old generator is definitely louder. The old generator has a bit of a different appearance, too. It's not like a different color. It's actually just a, like a different model completely. You'd probably recognize it if you saw it. No, that's all correct. Noise is the same, really. I could have swore that the old ones were louder. But I had no direct evidence of that, just a feeling. You know, seeing these perfect parts on the shelf, it really hits different now that there's vehicles full of perfect parts all over the map now. So this one who's dead in the middle of the road here, we pegged her with a drive-by shooting last night, so that she would not accidentally get caught in the burn, because we did not want this lovely 9mm she was carrying. We didn't want that to burn up, nor the shotgun she was carrying here. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I carry a lot more about the ammo than the shotgun itself. I've got so many shotguns right now. In fact, we're gonna probably find so many shotguns. I'm just gonna leave that one on the floor for now. If I really need it, I'll come back for it. I know where it is. Ah, I see. The map tool shows a uniform sound for all generators. Yeah, could be. The devs have not really touched generators in terms of, you know, changing anything or adding anything new, fixing things. Generators still weigh the same even when they're loaded with gas. And with the new liquid system, I would have expected that to have been changed by now, but they haven't. Generators just have a fuel level that seems to be an innate property, and it does not change the weight. That's one of the reasons that whenever I transport generators, I usually try to fill them up with gas before transporting them, because at that point I'm just transporting gas freely. Alright, 11 hours and 6 minutes. I think we're going to wrap up tonight on a perfect note. I was going to save looting the actual building for next stream, because that's going to be a complicated, drawn-out procedure, and I probably don't have enough time left in the stream for doing that. This is another cop that we nailed last night, rolling down the window and shooting at him, so that we didn't have to... Now, this is what I was afraid of. Some people were just so far out of range that even blowing the siren didn't bring them until now. So it's definitely not 100% clear up here. We're wiping people out still. The pipe bombs you throw kill more. Interesting. Is it a wider explosive radius? I don't think I've ever thrown a pipe bomb before. That sounds like something I would want to fuck around with in debug mode. I mean, thrown weapons have just such an unreliable trajectory right now that I just feel like thrown weapons are just not a smart thing to do right now in general. Like, I'm just thinking back to when I had Nora and I was trying to throw some fire bombs at a tree line just to see if I could cause some of the forest to cook over. When it came to when it detonated, I couldn't tell when it would detonate. Like, it just kind of got stuck in midair for almost like it was moving in slow motion. It was really weird. Interesting. Took some 5 seconds to explode. Yeah, that does sound correct with what I've experienced before with throwing other bombs. But yeah, I've never thrown a pipe bomb before, so I couldn't tell. Come on out. Okay, I'm gonna take the door. She's a civilized human being, that's what she is. see. Good, very good. Yeah, and that right there, JOD, that is exactly the disparity, because both could happen. Thrown weapons right now in this game are just so unreliable. Either eventuality could happen. It could detonate on impact, or it could take like up to 5 seconds, because instead of impacting, it just continues to sail through the air much more slowly. And to me, that makes it just so much less reliable that I wouldn't really want to engage with it. I'd much prefer the reliability of remote detonations. That guy had a hatchet. I've never liked these tents. Alright, everything clear around back. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do love ragdolling. The same tactic I just used, where I would have the light bar running and I'd kind of go in a bit of a circle to group everybody up. Same tactic for pipe bombs in the remote pipe bomb settings. I would just collapse the group even tighter by doing more circlings. That guy had a baseball cap that might be a match for desert camo, so I'm holding on to that. Kind of wild to see that there's no windows broken here. So you don't necessarily need to have a sledgehammer to get into this place, but there is a security door. And it is a lot easier to sledge it than it is to break it open. Lots of ammo back there, way more than I have room for in this vehicle. That's another thing that I'll have to think about tomorrow, is whether I want to source a local vehicle and then take a local vehicle back with me, like the maybe the radio truck out front. That's something that I was considering, but yeah, because that I have some room in that thing, but it's not that much. Specifically, I was looking to see if there is a, you know what, I'm going to go get the sledgehammer and break open the security door. Because if there was an aiming or reloading book that is relevant to me. Or any other book, really. Like, I would take a fishing book, just something I can read, because I would like to be able to close out the stream on an evening note. Bring it back up tomorrow morning. If possible. There you are. I think that's the only sledging I need to do, so I'm going to go ahead and put it back before I forget about it. Alright, just parsing for books initially. So aiming 3, that's the farthest aiming book that I've got already. Fishing 1, not needed. Trapping 2 and 4, nope. Bunch of ammo there. More ammo. There's only a couple chances at books in this place, and most of it went to ammo instead of books. That's alright. It was in the agenda to either hit this place or go in the direction of Guns Unlimited. Civvy Flakfests. We are in the era of being able to make bulletproof vest armor. Well, nothing to read, so I do suppose I'll just head back to base and cook and sleep, and then we'll get started next stream on this. So, if you guys are here for the action, that will be that is currently concluded. We are now in wrap-up mode here. I'll take these ham radios. Someday, when there's NPCs in the game and we can have our own factions and whatnot, ham radios will be essential to communicate with them over long distances. It'd be fucking amazing if I could fire up the ham radio that's installed in my State Trooper mobile here and contact some NPCs that are back at my main base and just be like, hey, why don't you bring one of my step vans down here with an empty trunk so I can load up the loot. It'd be fucking amazing. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I am imagining what this game could be, and it's taken a little bit of creative energy, as it were. So I have no room for damage guns. Those are going to stay here. The entire pond view is cleared. Is that the area near the Louisville train station? I am not familiar. Let's make us a corn and rabbit and egg soup. Somehow I'm still in rapid weight gain. I'm actually genuinely surprised at that. I guess I didn't really actually burn that many calories today. Spent a lot of today hanging out in my vehicle. Okay. I guess I just can't place them there. I'm not even getting errors or anything. It's just not placing them. Okay. Fucking fuck you too, I guess, game. Alright, I can place them there. About halfway in. I'm going to overeat a little bit because I'm not sure where my calories are right now. So I'm just going to eat half of this. Definitely overeating. That's okay. Probably level my carving. We've got all these wooden logs here. That's something I could do for the rest of the evening. I don't want to just sit around and fast forward for no reason. Keep our hands busy. I'm gonna carve some of these logs into goblets. Yeah, it's a reasonable thing to do. Definitely click off some time. That got about 800 carving experience. I can turn around and use the goblets to get some more firewood. That's really funny. We're actually pretty close to the next level. I'm gonna saw that log first. Probably a more efficient thing to do. Oh yeah, 3 wooden spades out of the planks we get from every log. I'll probably do that more overnight. I have learned my lesson when it comes to leaving fires on. Never sleep with a fire on. Zombies will wander up and stand on the fire and then catch fire and then spread the fire straight into your own base. Next thing you know, you're caught between a inescapable base and a tunnel that leads you to 1,500 zombies. Ask me how that happened. Fun one. That was a very fun one. Carving level 7. I can now make short bats. Got to spawn the Zeds. Oh, right. Yep. Got to make sure that you actually get close enough to the building. If public service announcement, if anybody's not familiar, what he's talking about there. Big buildings, like really big buildings, like malls and whatnot. The Zeds that are inside them, of which there are almost always going to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, they don't actually spawn until you get real close. So get real close. If you're going to be doing like a big old massive kill-off, get real close and make sure that they spawn in. Alright, folks, we've had a good one today. I'm going to go ahead and catch our second sleep here. I left the front door open. Bit of a doofus move, but bedroom door's closed, so at least if there is somebody out there, we'll be fine. Always take screenshots of your bases and your progression. I shall have our girl bid farewell for today. And the last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of the game. And we are going to open up File Explorer here and go to our Zomboid folder. See, users, username, Zomboid usually. Go to Saves, go to Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. We're going to Control-C, just copy that entire folder, You can put these wherever you want. In my case, I go up a few levels. I got a backups folder here. One with the same name there, and this is part 11 of Dani the Drifter's journey through B42. Control V, paste that entire folder. Our saves are up to 720 some odd megabytes across about 300,000 files. It gets bigger and bigger as you go. All right, folks. I shall catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, and peace out.